12 stories, 4 hours, shadows that creep, voices that whisper, and doors that should never open. Some are legends, some are true, and some are too strange to explain. Perfect to drift into sleep, if you dare. Turn down the lights, close your eyes, and let the night take hold. If you enjoy this video, please like, subscribe, and turn on notifications. It truly helps us make more of this type of content. They thought it was just a game, a Ouija board at a summer sleepover, but when the candles flickered and the whispers began, something came through, and it never left. The summer of 1983 pressed down on Chicago like a fever. Even at night, the heat lingered, heavy and damp, as if the city itself refused to release the breath it had been holding since June. The sidewalks radiated stored warmth, and the air was thick with the mingled scents of gasoline, cut grass, and the faint sweetness of melting tar. Only when the wind shifted off Lake Michigan did a trace of coolness drift inland, carrying with it the ghost of open water. On a quiet block of the north side stood the McKenna home, a squat bungalow with pale green siding and a sagging wooden porch. It was not the finest house on the street. Its paint was faded, its steps groaned under weight, and the porch rail leaned slightly outward, but it was theirs. No landlord to answer to, no tenants above or below. Just the McKenna family. Patrick, a CTA mechanic who worked late shifts. Ellen, a piano teacher who gave lessons in the front parlor. Their 11-year-old son Danny, all scabbed knees and untied sneakers, and 16-year-old Caroline. Caroline's room was her sanctuary, plastered with posters curling at the edges. Duran Duran, The Cure, Bowie and a lightning bolt, and always faintly scented of hairspray and nail polish. A box fan rattled in the corner, moving the thick air in half-hearted bursts. She dreamed often of escape, of leaving the city for New York, Los Angeles, anywhere that wasn't hemmed in by the rhythm of Midwestern summers and brutal winters. But those dreams belonged to the future. Tonight was about something else entirely. Tonight was about the sleepover. By sundown, the house was filled with the sound of giggling footsteps on the stairs, the shuffle of sleeping bags, and the crinkle of snack wrappers. Caroline's friends had arrived. Lydia, tall and sharp-eyed, with a grin that suggested she always knew more than she said. Stacy, endlessly cheerful, braces flashing each time she laughed. And Maria, quieter, her fingers often brushing the small silver crucifix she wore on a chain. The four of them quickly colonized Caroline's room. Popcorn in a mixing bowl sat on the carpet between them, the butter slicking their fingers. MTV played faintly on the small television at the foot of the bed, the glow of music videos flashing across the darkened room. They sprawled across sleeping bags, painting their nails neon colors and whispering about boys from Lane Tech, their voices overlapping until it was hard to tell who was saying what. For an hour, it was an ordinary summer night. Ordinary laughter, ordinary secrets, ordinary teenage joy. Then Lydia, ever restless, reached into her overnight bag. She pulled out a flat cardboard box. The word Ouija was spelled across its surface in bold lettering. The edges of the box were frayed as if it had been opened and used many times before. Caroline raised an eyebrow. "You didn't actually bring that." "Of course I did," Lydia said, her grin widening. "My cousin let me borrow it. She swears it really works." Maria's hand moved instinctively to her crucifix. No, we shouldn't. My mom told me stories. She says things come through, bad things." "Your mom also thinks Madonna is the devil," Lydia teased. "It's just cardboard and plastic. Toys R Us sells them." Caroline shifted uneasily where she sat. She didn't believe in that kind of thing, or at least, she told herself she didn't. But something about the way the candle on her dresser guttered when Lydia lifted the box lid made her stomach tighten. "Come on," Lydia said. "What's the worst that could happen?" They pushed the popcorn bowl aside and set the board on the carpet. The alphabet stretched in 2 neat rows across its surface, with the words yes and no printed in the corners. A sun and moon decorated the edges. The planchette, smooth and triangular, gleamed faintly in the candlelight. "Everybody put a finger on," Lydia instructed, already sliding hers into place. The others hesitated, but followed. Their fingertips brushed lightly against the planchette's surface. For a long moment, nothing happened. The fan rattled. The TV played faintly, though the volume was so low it could have been mistaken for static. Stacy, with a nervous laugh, whispered, Is anyone here with us? Silence. Then slowly the planchette twitched. Caroline gasped, though she couldn't have said why. It could have been Lydia pushing, or Stacy, or even her own fingers shifting without realizing it. But the planchette moved again, more surely this time. It slid across the board and landed firmly on yes. The four girls exchanged wide-eyed looks. Who's moving it? Maria demanded, her voice tight. Not me, Stacy whispered. I swear I'm not, Caroline said, though her heart was hammering in her chest. Lydia only smiled, sharp and bright. Told you. The questions began silly, half serious, half mocking. Would Stacy pass chemistry? Would Lydia get her driver's license on the first try? Would Maria ever sneak out without being caught? The planchette jerked from letter to letter, sometimes spelling nonsense, sometimes forming words that made them shriek and laugh. Then Lydia leaned closer, her eyes gleaming in the candlelight. Who are we talking to? The planchette paused. Then it began to move, faster now, sliding across the letters with unnerving certainty. I am here. The candle flame bent sideways, as though in a sudden draft, though the windows were closed and the fan stood still. Shadows leapt across the walls, stretching long and crooked. Caroline's mouth went dry. I don't like this, she whispered. Don't be a baby, Lydia said, though her own voice had lost some of its confidence. Ask it something? Caroline swallowed hard. Then, softly, almost against her will, she asked, What do you want? The planchette shot across the board with violent speed. You! The air in the room seemed to thicken. Maria let out a strangled sound, pulled her hand away, clutching her crucifix tightly. Stacy followed, laughing nervously, though her face was pale. Caroline's finger slipped off as well. Okay, that's enough, Caroline said, her voice shaking more than she wanted it to. She shoved the board back toward Lydia, who only smirked, though the expression looked forced. They turned the TV up louder after that, forcing laughter at music videos and trying to drown the unease that clung to them like humidity. But Caroline felt the weight of it, the heaviness in the room that hadn't been there before. And somewhere in the back of her mind, a thought nagged, cold and insistent. She knew the rule. You always say goodbye, and she hadn't. The night after the sleepover, the McKenna house settled into silence. Patrick returned late from the rail yard, grease still on his hands. Ellen fell asleep grading music sheets at the dining room table. Danny curled up with his Star Wars action figures, the muffled sound of explosions drifting from his bedroom. Caroline lay awake in her room, staring at the ceiling. The box fan rattled in the corner, its blades turning the thick July air into little more than a shuffle of warm currents. Her friends had gone home, leaving behind only the faint smell of nail polish and a scattering of candy wrappers. She tried to tell herself it had only been a game, that Lydia had pushed the planchette, or that their own nervous laughter had fed into illusion. But every time she closed her eyes, she saw the words spelled out on the board, you. When she finally drifted into uneasy sleep, it was brief. At exactly 3:07 a.m., she woke with a start. The house was dark and still. Moonlight slipped through the blinds, striping the floor in silver. She lay frozen, heart pounding, though she could not have said why. Then she heard it. A whisper. Faint, so faint she thought at first it was the box fan misfiring. But no, the sound came from the corner of the room where the shadows were darkest. Caroline! She sat bolt upright, her breath catching in her throat. The whisper came again. Caroline! Her eyes darted toward her door. Danny sometimes played tricks, sneaking into her room at night, whispering her name to scare her. But when she strained to listen, she heard his soft snores down the hall. The whisper slid closer, brushing her ear like a cold draft. She clutched her blanket and whispered a prayer her grandmother had taught her. Words half remembered, lips trembling. The voice faded, but the heaviness in the room remained. By morning, she convinced herself she had imagined it. But it happened again the next night, and the night after that. Always at 3:07. Always her name, whispered from the dark. By late August, the McKenna home no longer felt like the same house. Doors that had once creaked gently in the summer air now slammed shut without warning. The kitchen clock froze at 3:07 each night, its second hand ticking but never moving past the mark until dawn. Caroline's cassette player began to turn on by itself, warped voices spilling from the speakers, drawn out and distorted until they sounded like screams underwater. In her notebook, strange scribbles appeared between her notes. Spirals, crosses, the word mine scrawled again and again in handwriting she did not recognize. Her mother dismissed it. "You're not sleeping enough," Ellen said, setting down a mug of tea in front of her. "Too many late nights. No wonder you're seeing things." Her father was harsher. "You've been watching garbage on TV, scaring yourself stupid. Lay off the horror movies." But Caroline knew. She felt it pressing against her chest each night, as though the house itself was leaning in, listening. At school, she grew distracted. Teachers scolded her for staring out the window, pencil unmoving in her hand. Friends whispered about how pale she looked, how hollow her eyes seemed. Even Lydia, who usually thrived on provoking fear, began to avoid her. "You look haunted," Lydia said one afternoon, trying to sound teasing but failing. "Like you brought something back with you." Caroline didn't laugh. She hadn't told anyone about the dreams. Each night she was waist-deep in Lake Michigan, the water black and endless, lapping against her chest. Hands, cold, unseen, clutched at her ankles, dragging her down. She struggled, gasped, but each time she sank beneath the surface, a voice filled her head. Mine. She woke choking, drenched in sweat, the taste of lake water in her mouth. In early September, she heard Danny talking to someone in his room. Caroline lingered in the doorway, her hand tightening on the frame. Danny hadn't looked up. He sat perfectly still on the carpet, knees tucked beneath him, surrounded by his action figures. The X-Wing lay on its side, one wing bent. Luke Skywalker's plastic arm snapped off at the elbow. Her brother never let his toys get damaged. He treated them like treasures, lined up neatly on the shelf each night. Seeing them scattered like corpses around him made her skin crawl. "Danny," she said again, her voice quieter now. He blinked once, slowly, then turned toward her. His eyes looked different, too wide, pupils too dark, as though the light from the window didn't reach them. "I told you," he said softly. "The man." Caroline stepped into the room, heart thudding against her ribs. "What man?" Danny's gaze drifted back toward the closet. Its white sliding door was cracked open just an inch, but the shadow spilling out seemed thicker than it should have been, like a black curtain seeping into the room. "He's standing right there," Danny whispered. "By the closet. Can't you see him?" Caroline's breath caught. She stared, every muscle in her body tensed, but the corner was empty. Just a pile of his shirts on the floor, the outline of a laundry basket. "No," she said, too quickly. Danny frowned, his lip trembling. "He says you know him." Caroline froze. "What do you mean?" Her brother tilted his head as if listening. Then, in a flat voice that didn't sound like his own, he repeated, "You know me." The words slid out of Danny's mouth too slowly, too carefully, as if someone else were moving his tongue. Caroline's stomach twisted violently. "Danny, stop it. I can't." His eyes flicked back to her, glossy with tears. "He tells me what to say." Caroline felt her knees weaken. She dropped to the carpet in front of him, gripping his small shoulders. "Listen to me," she whispered. "There's no one here, okay? It's just us, just you and me." But Danny's gaze slid past her to the corner again. His lips curled into the faintest smile, not his own. "He doesn't like when you lie." The air in the room seemed to grow colder, prickling Caroline's skin with goosebumps. A sharp crack echoed as one of Danny's toys snapped in half without either of them touching it. Caroline screamed and yanked her brother up, dragging him out of the room. The closet door rattled violently behind them, as though someone were trapped inside, pounding to get out. She slammed his door shut and pressed her back against it, her breath ragged. Danny clung to her hand, shivering, whispering again and again, "He's my friend. He says he's your friend too. He says you're his forever." Caroline didn't sleep that night. She couldn't. Danny had eventually stopped trembling, lulled into exhaustion after she tucked him into her bed. But even in sleep, his small body twitched, his lips moving soundlessly. Once, around 3 in the morning, she swore she heard him mumble a word he'd never used before. Mine. She sat rigid in her desk chair, the Ouija board still propped against her bookshelf like a silent accusation. The shadows in the room seemed to stretch and shift with every blink, as though the darkness were testing her nerves, reaching for her the moment she turned away. Each creak of the house made her flinch. The rattle of the box fan sounded like breath. The hum of the streetlight outside became a low, droning whisper. Her parents had no idea. Patrick would laugh it off, telling her she'd scared herself silly. Ellen would scold her for letting Danny stay up late. They didn't see the cracks forming in the walls of their home, the way plaster flaked from the ceiling in corners that should have been solid, the sudden drafts that rolled through closed windows, the way the whole house seemed to breathe. Caroline saw it. She felt it every night. She thought of what Danny had said. The man, by the closet. He says you're his. Caroline's stomach turned. It wasn't just her anymore. Whatever she had brought through the board that summer night had seeped into Danny too, curling invisible fingers around his mind. That thought made her feel sick, protective, and terrified all at once. She wanted to tell him to stop talking to the man, to ignore the voice, to pretend it wasn't there. But she couldn't bring herself to say the words. What if ignoring it made it worse? What if acknowledging it gave it more power? Instead, she sat in silence, watching her brother twitch in his dreams. She tried to convince herself that when morning came, the sunlight would burn all of this away. That the whispering, the cold spots, the shadow in the closet, they were tricks of the dark, nothing more. But morning didn't bring peace. The next day at school, Caroline's friends noticed how jumpy she had become. She dropped her books in the hallway when Lydia clapped a hand on her shoulder. She snapped at Jill when she laughed too loud at lunch. "Seriously, what is wrong with you?" Lydia asked, exasperated. Caroline opened her mouth to respond, but the words tangled in her throat. How could she explain it? That her little brother spoke to someone in his closet at night? That her house felt like it had eyes? Instead, she muttered, "I'm just tired," and stared down at the congealed pizza slice on her tray. The truth was worse. She wasn't just tired. She was unraveling. That night, the whispering returned. As always, it started faint, sliding across the edges of her consciousness at exactly 3:07 a.m. Caroline. She squeezed her eyes shut, clutching her blanket to her chin. But when she opened them again, she wasn't alone. Danny stood at the foot of her bed, motionless, his eyes wide and glassy. His pajama shirt hung crooked off one shoulder, his bare feet silent against the floorboards. "Danny?" she whispered. He tilted his head, just slightly, the way he had in the afternoon when he claimed to be listening. "Go back to bed," Caroline said firmly, though her voice shook. Danny's lips parted, but the words that spilled out weren't his. They were too low, too deep, vibrating with a resonance that didn't belong in a child's body. "You forgot to say goodbye." Caroline's throat closed. She scrambled back against her headboard, heart hammering. Danny blinked, swayed once, and then collapsed to the floor. She leapt out of bed and dropped to her knees, shaking him, whispering his name over and over. His eyes fluttered open, confused, dazed. "Why am I here?" he asked, voice small, his own again. Caroline couldn't answer, because how could she tell him the truth, that he hadn't come into her room alone? By October, Caroline was unraveling. The school days dragged, gray and endless, the trees along the sidewalks losing their leaves in ragged clumps. Crisp air smelled faintly of burning wood. Kids lugged pumpkins home from corner markets, and radio stations looped Halloween ads between top 40 hits. But Caroline felt none of the season's excitement. The whispering had changed. It no longer came only at 3:07 a.m. It slipped into her day in fragments, murmurs beneath the rush of the CTA train, voices distorted in the static between stations on the radio, words bleeding into the gaps of her teacher's lectures. Sometimes she caught her name, other times the single word that made her stomach lurch, mine. Her notebooks filled with drawings she didn't remember sketching, swirls of black ink spreading like mold, crooked figures with hollow eyes. She ripped out the pages, stuffed them into the bottom of her backpack, and prayed no one would see. At home, her mother scolded her for acting distant. Her father barked at her to quit the attitude. Only Danny watched her with wide, quiet eyes. He had stopped talking openly about the man, but Caroline noticed the way he sometimes turned his head, as if listening to someone she couldn't hear. She caught him once, standing barefoot in the kitchen at midnight, his small hands resting on the counter. His lips moved silently, as though carrying on a conversation. When she snapped the light on, he spun around, startled. "Who were you talking to?" she demanded. Danny hesitated, then whispered, "He says not to tell." Halloween came. Her friends invited her to a party, but Caroline lied and said she was sick. Instead, she sat at her window, watching trick-or-treaters scurry along the sidewalks. Their laughter echoed against the dark, but inside the house, silence pressed heavy. At 9 p.m., the lights flickered. At 10, the jack-o'-lantern by the front steps collapsed inward, its grin sagging into a grotesque frown. At midnight, Caroline woke from a half-doze to the sound of scratching. She thought at first it was tree branches against the siding, but when she strained to listen, she realized it was coming from inside the walls. Long, deliberate strokes, as though something with claws was dragging them slowly through the plaster. She pressed her ear against the wall. A voice breathed through the thin barrier, low and guttural. "You can't keep me out." Caroline reeled back, trembling. By November, her body bore the evidence of her torment. Dark circles bloomed beneath her eyes. Her skin was pale, her hands jittery, her appetite gone. At dinner one night, her father snapped his fork down against his plate. "Enough with this sulking. Caroline, you've been moody for months. Do you think we don't notice?" Caroline opened her mouth to speak, to tell him, to plead, but then the kitchen light flickered overhead. She glanced at Danny, who was staring fixedly at her, his lips twitching in a faint smile that wasn't his own. She shut her mouth. Her mother sighed. "She's a teenager, Patrick. It's just a phase." But Caroline knew better. Phases didn't whisper from the walls. Phases didn't draw breath down your neck when you were alone. Phases didn't speak through your little brother's mouth. Thanksgiving blurred past. Her relatives crowded the dining room table, voices rising in laughter, football blasting from the TV in the den. Caroline sat stiff in her chair, pushing food around her plate. Between clinks of silverware and the scrape of chairs, she thought she heard a hiss of laughter, low, mocking, curling in her ear. She dropped her fork, heart pounding, but no one else seemed to notice. She was utterly alone. When winter came, it came fast. December brought biting winds that howled against the McKenna house, snow that piled heavy along the sidewalks, and nights that seemed to last forever. The house grew colder inside, no matter how high her father turned up the thermostat. Caroline huddled beneath layers of blankets, but the chill sank deeper into her bones, into her very marrow. The whispering was constant now. In the dark before dawn, it filled her ears like a second heartbeat. In the middle of class, it slithered through her thoughts until she couldn't follow a single word her teacher said. Even when she pressed her hands over her ears, it echoed from within, vibrating through her skull. Danny grew distant too. His once bubbly chatter had slowed to silence. He stared at corners, at shadows, at nothing. Sometimes she caught him smiling faintly at the empty air, and each time her stomach twisted with dread. One night, Caroline woke to find him standing at the foot of her bed again. But this time, his eyes were completely black. Caroline's breath fogged in the air. Danny stood at the foot of her bed, his bare feet pale against the hardwood. His pajamas hung loose on his frame, but it wasn't his body that made her throat constrict in terror. It was his eyes. Both of them were pools of black, swallowing the whites, gleaming faintly in the moonlight. "Danny," she whispered, her voice cracking. He tilted his head, that same uncanny movement, as if listening to someone whispering in his ear. "You can't keep me out," he said, but the voice that spoke was layered. Danny's thin treble and something else, deeper, resonant, as though spoken from the bottom of a cavern. Caroline flung the blankets aside and stumbled to the floor. "Stop it! Please, stop!" For a heartbeat, the room fell silent. Then Danny blinked and the black drained from his eyes. He swayed, confused, before collapsing into her arms. "Care," he mumbled weakly. "Why is it so cold?" Caroline clutched him tightly, trembling. Her gaze darted toward the corner of the room, where the shadow seemed thicker than the rest, pulsing faintly like a living thing. By mid-December, the house was unbearable. The temperature plummeted each night until the air felt like knives against her skin. Frost bloomed across the inside of the windows, delicate spiderwebs that spread even though the furnace roared nonstop. Her father cursed about the heating bill, stomping around in layers of sweaters. Her mother claimed it was just drafts, but Caroline knew better. The cold came from nowhere, and it came with intent. Food spoiled quickly. Milk soured overnight. Bread grew mold within days, fruit rotted in the bowl. The walls wept with condensation, streaks of black creeping along the baseboards. Mice appeared, skittering in the cupboards, but when her father set traps, nothing was caught. The smell of rot clung to the air. Sometimes Caroline thought it came from the pipes, but other times it seemed to seep from the very walls themselves. Her dreams worsened too. She no longer saw only the lake. Now she saw her family drowning in it. Danny thrashing as pale hands dragged him down, her mother's hair swirling like weeds beneath the surface, her father's eyes wide and glassy. Each time she tried to reach them, something unseen grabbed her wrists and pulled her deeper. She woke screaming most nights, drenched in sweat despite the cold. Her parents grew impatient. "If you don't get a handle on this, young lady, we'll take you to a doctor," her father barked after her third nightmare that week. Caroline wanted to beg him to. Any doctor, priest, anyone who might believe her. But when she opened her mouth, the words twisted into lies. "I'm fine." She whispered instead, "I'm just tired," and the shadow in the corner pulsed darker, as though pleased. December bled into January. Snow piled thick along the sidewalks, burying cars, silencing the city under a white shroud. The McKenna house, once noisy with family squabbles and Danny's laughter, grew quiet, heavy, a mausoleum. Caroline spent most of her days in her room, watching frost creep over the window pane, listening to the house shift and groan. Every creak carried weight. Every sigh of the furnace sounded like breath. Sometimes, in the reflection of the glass, she thought she saw someone standing behind her. A tall, thin figure, head cocked at an unnatural angle, its features smudged as though smeared by ash. When she spun around, the room was always empty. But Danny saw it too. She caught him once, sitting cross-legged at the top of the stairs, staring down into the dark of the living room. "What are you doing?" she whispered. He didn't look at her. "He's waiting." Caroline's stomach twisted. "For what?" Danny's lips curled in that faint, wrong smile. "For you." That night, Caroline woke to screams. She bolted upright, heart pounding, the sound of glass shattering ringing in her ears. She stumbled into the hallway, her breath fogging, feet freezing against the floorboards. Her parents' bedroom door hung open. Ellen sat upright in bed, sobbing, while Patrick scrambled at the window. The glass had exploded inward, shards scattered across the floor. Snow swirled into the room despite the heavy curtains. "It came through," Ellen cried. "It came through the window." But Patrick barked at her to shut up, insisting it was the wind, some neighborhood kid throwing rocks. He boarded the window with plywood that night, muttering curses under his breath. Caroline knew better. The house was no longer keeping the thing out. The house was letting it in. The words scrawled on Danny's floor seemed to breathe. Caroline staggered backward, pulling her brother behind her. The letters were carved deep into the wood, gouged so sharply that splinters bristled upward like teeth. Her father stormed into the room seconds later, Ellen close behind. Patrick froze, his face blanching at the devastation. "What the hell happened in here?" he demanded, though his voice cracked on the words. Caroline shook her head, tears streaming down her face. "It wasn't us. It wasn't anyone." "Enough!" Patrick roared, pointing at her with a trembling hand. "I don't know what kind of sick game you're playing, but it ends now, Caroline." Ellen gripped his arm, whispering something frantically, but Caroline barely heard them, because the letters on the floor were changing. The word mine warped, curling, twisting into new shapes. Slowly, painfully, the gouges rearranged themselves until the floor spelled out something else. Caroline. Her blood turned to ice. The walls shook violently. The crucifix above Danny's bed tore from the wall and flew across the room, splintering against the far side. The single lamp flickered, buzzed, then burst in a shower of sparks. Danny screamed. Ellen shrieked. Patrick grabbed his son and pulled him out into the hallway. Caroline remained rooted to the spot, staring as the letters glowed faintly red, like embers pulsing in wood. And then the whisper came, not from the walls this time, not from the corners, but from inside her own head. "Say yes." Her knees buckled. She clutched at her skull, digging her nails into her scalp, trying to claw the voice out. "Say yes, and it ends. Say yes, and you'll be mine." She collapsed to the floor, screaming. Ellen rushed to her, shaking her shoulders, begging her to snap out of it. But Caroline didn't hear her mother's voice anymore. She only heard his. "I'll protect you. I'll give you power. I'll never leave you. All you have to do is let me in." Caroline sobbed, gasping, the cold pressing down on her chest until she could barely breathe. She thought of the endless nights, the whispers, the shadows, the laughter no one else could hear. She thought of Danny's terrified face, of her parents' disbelief, of the house itself turning against them. And for the briefest moment, she wanted it to stop. "Yes," she whispered. The moment the word left her lips, silence crashed through the room like a hammer. The cold vanished. The lights steadied. The walls stopped shaking. Ellen stared down at her daughter, relief flooding her face. "Caroline?" But Caroline's eyes were no longer her own. They were black, endless voids that gleamed in the dim light. Her lips curled into a smile too wide, too sharp. When she spoke, her voice was layered. Caroline's familiar treble braided with something deeper, inhuman. "She's gone now." Ellen stumbled backward, horror twisting her features. Caroline rose slowly to her feet, movements stiff and unnatural, as though her joints had been reassembled wrong. She tilted her head at her mother, at her brother trembling in their father's arms, and laughed. A guttural, broken sound that rattled the air. The house seemed to sigh in unison, its walls settling, floorboards groaning. The thing had finally claimed her. Caroline was possessed. The laughter echoed in the hallway as Caroline stepped from Danny's ruined room, her feet leaving faint tracks on the floorboards. Patrick tightened his grip on Danny, Ellen clutching his arm. "Caroline," her mother whispered. "Sweetheart, please." Caroline's head tilted at an unnatural angle. The smile stretching across her face didn't belong to her. Her eyes, once brown and full of life, were pits of black, reflecting nothing. "She's gone," the voice crooned through her mouth. It was layered, guttural, mocking. "You'll never see her again." The lights overhead flickered, then burst in a spray of sparks. The house groaned as if it were alive, beams shuddering, windows rattling in their frames. Patrick shouted, trying to drag the family toward the stairs, but Caroline moved too fast. One moment she was at the top of the hallway. The next, she stood between them and the front door, blocking escape. "You can't run," the voice whispered. "This is where it ends." The struggle was chaos, shouts, crashes, the sharp crack of something breaking against the floor. Ellen's cry, cut short, swallowed by silence. Danny's small voice screaming, begging, "Stop, please stop!" Patrick's roar of defiance, cut off mid-breath, and then nothing. Only the sound of the wind outside, rattling against the house. Caroline stood alone in the hallway, her body trembling. The silence pressed in on her. Around her, shadows curled and twisted, shapes that didn't belong in the world of the living. The thing inside her smiled through her lips. It made her walk, slow and deliberate, down the staircase. Her feet left faint smears as she went, but Caroline herself, what remained of her, wasn't guiding them anymore. Somewhere deep inside, buried in a darkness she couldn't fight, Caroline screamed. She screamed for her mother, for her father, for Danny, but no sound escaped. Her voice was gone. Her body was no longer her own. And in that house on the quiet Chicago street, with snow drifting down outside and neighbors unaware, the McKenna family ceased to exist. The McKenna house sat in silence. Snow blanketed the yard, soft and white, muffling the world outside. But within the house, the air was heavy and stale, as though it hadn't been breathed in days. Curtains hung still, furniture sat where it had been left, and yet something about the house felt wrong. Neighbors had stopped knocking. They whispered instead. The family's car hadn't moved in weeks. No one had been seen at church or the grocery store. At night, strange sounds carried down the block, low, inhuman noises that made dogs bark and children cry. And then came the man in the long coat, carrying a leather satchel and a heavy burden of belief. His name was Father Matthew Kearney, an Irish-born priest who had seen more than his share of darkness. He'd been called by a parishioner who swore something unholy rooted itself in the McKenna home. He did not doubt it. The instant he crossed the threshold, he felt it. The air pressed down on him like a weight, cold seeping into his bones. The walls seemed to breathe. "Lord, preserve me," he whispered, making the sign of the cross. The house was quiet. Too quiet. Father Kearney moved carefully through the rooms, rosary beads clicking softly in his hand. His eyes fell on the dining room first. The table was still set for 4, plates cracked, silverware scattered, chairs overturned as though in haste. and on the walls, beneath a hasty coat of paint, faint words bled through. Mine. Over and over, the word repeated, layered upon itself. His grip tightened on the rosary. He found her in the living room. Caroline sat on the floor in front of the cold fireplace, knees pulled to her chest, hair hanging in tangled sheets across her face. She did not move when he entered, did not look up. "Caroline McKenna?" he said softly. Her head tilted slowly, until he could see the empty black of her eyes through the curtain of hair. "She's not here," the voice said. It was not hers. It was too deep, too layered, vibrating the walls themselves. "But I am." Father Kearney's heart pounded, but his hand was steady as he held the crucifix before him. "In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, I command you to reveal yourself." The laugh that came from Caroline's throat was not human. It scraped the air like metal dragged against stone. "You command nothing. This vessel is mine." Her body moved in jerks, limbs cracking as though pulled by invisible strings. She rose to her feet in a single unnatural motion. Kearney swallowed his fear and began the rite. The exorcism began with prayers. He read from the worn leather Bible, voice firm though sweat beaded on his brow. Each word seemed to weigh more than the last, pressing against something unseen in the room. Caroline screamed, her voice fractured, split between a child's wail and a guttural bellow. The walls trembled. The crucifix on the mantel turned upside down with a slow, deliberate twist. "Stop," she snarled, her face contorted, lips pulled back over teeth that seemed too sharp. "You'll kill her." Father Kearney pressed forward, louder now. "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He restoreth my soul." Caroline lunged, but something stopped her mid-motion. An invisible tether yanking her back. She thrashed against it, shrieking, her nails gouging deep grooves into the floorboards. Danny's name tore from her throat in a sudden wail, her true voice breaking through. "Help me! He's hurting me! Danny, help me!" Father Kearney's chest clenched. The demon was clever, wearing her voice like a mask, twisting grief into a weapon. He forced himself to keep going. "Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil." The room erupted in chaos. The fireplace roared to life, flames leaping though no wood burned. Pictures flew from the walls. The chandelier above them crashed to the ground, shattering into 1,000 glittering pieces. And through it all, Caroline writhed, her screams filling the house. For hours the battle raged. Father Kearney's voice grew hoarse, his body weak, but his faith did not falter. Finally, as dawn's first light cut through the frost on the windows, Caroline collapsed. Her body convulsed, black froth spilling from her lips. She clawed at her skin, tearing at her own arms, shrieking words that weren't hers. Then suddenly, silence. Her chest heaved once, twice, and her eyes cleared. For the first time in weeks, they were brown again. Human. Hers. "Father," she whispered, "it's so cold." Kearney rushed to her side, wrapping his coat around her trembling frame. "It's done," he whispered. "You're safe now. It's over." But even as he spoke, a part of him wondered. Because in the quiet, as the morning light spilled across the ruined room, he thought he heard something faint. A laugh. Distant. Patient. Waiting. The 70s were a paradox of time. On one hand, the world beyond the hills seemed to be hurtling forward. Motorways stretched their gray ribbons across England. Young men grew their hair long and wore shirts loud with paisley, and radios spilled the music of the Beatles, T-Rex, and the Stones from nearly every high street. But the countryside itself had hardly changed in centuries. The villages crouched beneath ancient church spires, their cottages glowing with honey-colored limestone, their lanes hemmed in by walls of dry stone that had been laid before the Industrial Revolution had even dreamed of blackening London's sky. Here, milk was still delivered by horse-drawn cart in some parishes, and men still gathered in pubs that smelled of ale and pipe smoke as they had for generations. It was into this world, half modern, half timeless, that the Whitakers came in the summer of 1971. John Whitaker was a man shaped by the soot of Birmingham factories, his hands strong, his back bent by years of graft. Margaret, his wife, was softer, London-born, with eyes that had once dreamed of better things than smoke and narrow brick terraces. They had 3 children, Alice, 12 and sharp as a blade, Stephen, 10, always restless, forever fiddling with his toy cars and matchbox soldiers, and Lily, 7, a dreamer with blonde plaits and a habit of talking to her dolls as though they were alive. They bought the farmhouse near Morton in Marsh for less than they had ever dared to hope. 14 rooms, thick stone walls, beams blackened by centuries of fire. The garden ran to an orchard, untended but still fertile, and a clutch of oaks that clawed close to the upper windows. Yet from the moment they signed the deed, there was unease. When John mentioned the purchase at the pub, conversation died as though someone had thrown a blanket over it. Men stared into their pints, one muttering that the place had been empty near a decade, another, quieter still, saying, never could keep a family there. But John, practical and proud, brushed it aside. The 1970s were supposed to be a time of change, of opportunity. They would raise their children in the clean country air, away from factories and coal dust. They would make a life there. The day they arrived was bright, the orchard heavy with the smell of grass and fruit, but already the house showed its teeth. The children ran squealing through rooms that smelled of damp plaster and long-dead fires, finding cupboards that opened into voids, staircases that seemed to lean away from themselves, and a windowless room at the center of the house that was so airless it pressed against the lungs. Margaret stood in the kitchen, charmed for a moment by its vast hearth and oak settle. Yet even as the lavender drifted through the window, she felt a weight in the air, as though the house were not welcoming them, but watching, waiting. At first, the disturbances were small. A broom moved from one end of the scullery to another. The wireless, when tuned to the BBC, hissed with whispers. Chairs were found shifted from the table to the hearth, a trunk in the attic that would not stay shut. Such things could be explained away, and John explained them again and again until his own confidence began to falter. By October, the air inside had grown peculiar. Some rooms stifled with unnatural heat, others dropped to an icy chill so sharp it sank into the bones. Visitors remarked upon it, shivering in doorways. At night, the Whitakers began to hear noises, deliberate footsteps across the floorboards above, cloth dragging against stone, tapping behind the walls, steady and patient. Then came the whispers, first like conversation overheard through thick plaster, later clearer, a woman's voice, guttural and low, muttering names none of them knew. One night, Lily crept white-faced into her parents' bed, saying someone had whispered her name on the landing. Not called, whispered, drawn out long and thin, like breath forced through teeth. Margaret soothed her, but later that same night, climbing the stairs in silence, she froze midway. The landing stretched black before her, and in that stillness she heard it too, her name, breathed out, elongated, fading into the dark. The violence came next. Margaret's arms bloomed with bruises, fingers pressed deep into her flesh, scratches raked across her back in threes, blood beading at the edges. One evening, as she kneaded dough, she felt two hands pressed down hard upon her shoulders, so hard she staggered forward. Alice swore she woke to see a woman hunched at the foot of her bed, her face hidden, whispering in a language she couldn't understand. Lily spoke of worse, a woman with her neck bent at a grotesque angle, crouched in the corner of her room, lips moving silently, watching her with eyes too dark. Margaret tried to comfort her daughter, but that night she herself saw the mattress beside Lily sink down, as though someone unseen were lying in wait. The cellar became a place of dread. The stone steps wept with moisture. The air stank of rot. When its door was left ajar, whispers carried upward, chains dragged across stone, cries muffled by earth. One day, Lily's favorite doll was found shattered at the foot of those steps, its porcelain face in pieces. Finally, John pressed the villagers for truth. Reluctantly, one old farmer spoke. The Godfreys had lived there once, over a century before. Bathilda Godfrey, midwife, healer, and they whispered something darker. She was accused of poisoning mothers, cursing fields, even sacrificing her own child to the devil. Shunned, hated, she was buried in unmarked ground at the orchard's edge. If she despised anything, the farmer said, it was mothers. Reverend Pritchard, the parish priest, came at John's pleading. A gentle man, untested in such things, he carried his Bible and a crucifix into the house. The Whitakers followed as he moved from room to room, his voice low in prayer. But as he reached the master bedroom, the air thickened, pressing against his chest. He whispered, "It clings here, a woman, broken, furious. She feeds on your fear." He cast holy water, lifted the crucifix, spoke words of command. The house answered. Mirrors shattered at once, glass raining like knives across the floor. The girls screamed. Pritchard staggered, blood streaking his face, and his crucifix trembled in his hand. "It is strong," he whispered, horrified. He fled that night, never to return. The Whitakers were abandoned, but word of their plight reached further still. Edward and Clara Sloane heard of it, quietly through Pritchard, who came to them humbled, shaken. Edward was a scholar of such things, a man who gathered old rites and prayers as though building armor. Clara bore a gift, or a curse, that allowed her to sense what others could not. Together they had walked into places where no peace lingered. None had tested them like this. In March of 1972 they arrived. The Cotswolds were greening with spring, daffodils pushing through frost, skylarks singing over fields. Yet when their car turned into the lane, the farmhouse rose like a corpse, refusing the grave, its orchard gnarled, its windows blank. From the moment they stepped inside, Clara pressed her hand to the wall. "She is here," she whispered. Edward set relics in corners, muttering prayers under his breath. The Whitakers, hollow-eyed, clung to hope, and as night fell, the house began to breathe. From the moment the sun fell and the farmhouse sagged into night, Edward and Clara felt the weight of the place more keenly than words could tell. The Whitakers gathered by the kitchen hearth, the only room they dared to use after dark, a single lamp hissing as moths battered its glass. Edward spread his notes across the table, scraps of parchment he had copied from parish records, prayers in Latin and Middle English, diagrams of circles meant to hold back what men had once feared enough to write down. Clara sat opposite him, silent, her fingers wrapped around a teacup she never drank from. It began with footsteps, not the clumsy scurry of children nor the firm tread of a father, but slow, dragging, as if bare feet pressed against the boards above, each step measured. Then came the sound of fabric scraping the stairs, as though someone were being pulled upward, inch by inch. Stephen whimpered. Alice crossed her arms tightly, pretending not to shake. John muttered that the old house groaned in its bones, but he did not meet his wife's eyes when he said it. Clara stood. Without a word, she carried her lamp to the foot of the stairs. The air changed the moment she raised it. The flame bent backward in the draught, though the windows were shut and the light barely reached the first landing. "She waits," Clara whispered, "but she is not bound to one place. She slides like smoke from one room to another, looking, choosing." Edward rose, clutching the small brass crucifix he always carried. His voice was low but firm. "Stay close to the hearth. Do not wander, no matter what you hear." That night, the Sloanes lay in the master bedroom. They had insisted upon it, saying the Whitakers must not suffer another night there. Edward set relics on the mantel, candles of beeswax, a rosary, a small vial of holy water that gleamed faintly in the lamplight. Clara lay awake, her breath shallow, her eyes fixed upon the ceiling. For hours, nothing stirred. Then, just before 3, the smell came. It was faint at first, like damp wood, but soon it thickened into something sour and foul, like meat left to rot beneath hot sun, like earth clotted with blood. Clara gagged. Edward sat bolt upright, his candle flickering though no window was open. Then the whisper. A woman's voice, low, guttural, scraping like iron on stone. Not words at first, just breath. Then syllables, names, not theirs, not the Whitakers. Names long buried, strung together in a litany of rage. Clara clutched Edward's hand. He whispered a prayer. The mattress dipped. It was subtle, at first, just enough to shift their weight, as though someone had perched on the edge, then deeper, heavier, until Clara felt the press of a body against her hip, unseen but undeniable. She turned her face, and in the dim orange of the candle, she saw her. Bathilda Godfrey. Her face was gray as ash, skin stretched tight across bone. Her eyes were pits, glistening with black. Her neck bent sharply to one side, the bone protruding at an angle that spoke of a rope's cruel snap. Her lips moved, and though no sound came at first, Clara knew she spoke to her. Not to Edward, not to the Whitakers, to her. Clara gasped, and the vision vanished, but the stink remained, thick and cloying, lingering like a wound. The next morning, the children would not leave the kitchen. Margaret wept softly. her eyes hollow, her hands trembling too much to butter bread. John tried to speak of leaving, of abandoning the farmhouse, but the cost of their move had stripped them bare. They had nothing else, nowhere to go. Edward and Clara did not press them. They simply worked. Daylight gave no safety, only pause. Edward searched parish records at St. David's, tracing every mention of Bathilda Godfrey. He found accounts written in 1862 of infants dead within days of birth, of mothers wasting to skin and bone after childbirth, of crops withering overnight. He found testimony, faded but unmistakable, that Bathilda had been seen in the orchard cradling a bundle, red cloth dark with wetness, singing a lullaby while the moon rose. That was the night, the record said, when her husband hanged himself in the barn and the village dug her grave at the edge of her own field. Unmarked, shunned. Clara, meanwhile, lingered in the house. She sat with the children, drawing their words out gently, listening to what they had seen. She walked the rooms alone, her palms brushing the stone, her breath shallow. She whispered sometimes, not to herself but to the air, as though half of her was already in conversation with the dead. The manifestations grew bolder. Doors slammed, dishes shattered. Once, a chair skidded violently across the kitchen, nearly striking Stephen. Another night, Margaret was dragged from her bed, bruises blooming across her ankles where invisible fingers had clamped. The cellar door banged open, chains rattling in the depths, though no chain had been left there in living memory. And always, the voice, the whisper that grew louder, clearer, sometimes in the orchard, sometimes on the stairs, sometimes inches from a child's ear. By the third week, Clara was gaunt, her skin pale, her eyes shadowed with sleeplessness. She had begun to dream, every night, of the orchard, of Bathilda waiting there, her broken neck bent, her hands outstretched not in welcome but in accusation. She told Edward in hushed tones, "She does not want to leave. She wants me. She has chosen." Edward's hands shook as he set his candles, his chalk, his books. He tried to steady his voice when he prayed, but in his heart he knew. The farmhouse was no longer just a battlefield. It was a trap, and Bathilda Godfrey had already marked her prey. The final night began with silence, and that was the worst of all. No footsteps, no whispers, no rattling chains, only the oppressive hush of a house holding its breath. The Whitakers huddled in the kitchen, oil lamp sputtering, their children wrapped in blankets, eyes too wide for sleep. John spoke little now. Margaret looked years older, her face sunken, her lips cracked from praying under her breath until they bled. Edward spread his chalk in a circle on the attic floor. Candles ringed its edge, guttering in the damp draft that seeped through the beams. He carried with him a crucifix, his battered notebooks, a relic bound in iron that he had never before dared to use. He told Clara to stay by his side, his voice brittle. She only touched his hand and smiled faintly, as though she had already made peace with something he could not. At midnight, the house began to breathe again. Not with the creak of timbers or the sigh of wind through cracks, but with a low pulse that shuddered through the walls themselves, like the heartbeat of something buried deep. The Whitakers clutched each other tighter downstairs, their lamp hissing. In the attic, the air soured. The smell rolled in thick and cloying. Blood, mildew, and earth. Edward whispered his prayers, words old as the stones beneath their feet. The candles flared high, then bent inward. Flames sucked toward the circle as if by some unseen mouth. Clara stood at the center, her face pale, her eyes shut. She whispered back into the dark, not words Edward knew, but words that seemed older than scripture. And then Bathilda came. Not a glimpse this time, not a shadow at the edge of vision. She rose in full, a blackened figure from the far corner of the attic, her body jerking as though pulled by strings, her neck snapping again and again at impossible angles. Her mouth yawned wide, teeth black, tongue swollen, and she screamed. The sound was not human. It was the scream of every mother who had lost a child, twisted into rage and grief until it no longer resembled sorrow but hunger. The walls shuddered. Dust rained from the rafters. Edward raised the crucifix, his voice breaking with the force of his prayer. Bathilda staggered back, her form flickering like a flame. For a moment, Edward dared to believe, but then her eyes, bottomless, black as grave water, fixed not on him, but on Clara. Clara stepped forward, the chalk circle split beneath her feet, the line crumbling. Edward shouted, reaching for her hand, but she did not turn. "She wants me," Clara said softly and then louder, her voice cutting through the roar of Bathilda's scream. "She will have no one else." The candles burst as though struck by wind. Darkness swallowed the room, pierced only by the pallid glow that bled from Bathilda's form. Clara raised her arms, her body convulsing, her voice no longer her own, but a chant torn from the depths of time. Edward fell to his knees, pleading, calling her name again and again. Bathilda shrieked, her body splitting at the seams, her face tearing open into black void. The farmhouse itself howled with her, every board, every nail vibrating in agony. Clara cried out once, not in fear but in defiance, and then there was light. A blinding, searing light that filled the attic, rushing outward through every corridor, flooding the orchard, spilling across the fields. When Edward's vision cleared, Bathilda was gone. The attic lay in silence, broken chalk scattered, candles extinguished. The farmhouse exhaled as though relieved. The Whitakers sobbed below, clutching each other. For the first time in months, the house was still. But Clara lay motionless. Edward crawled to her side, shaking, calling her name over and over. Her face was peaceful, her hands folded loosely upon her chest, her lips still faintly curved into that small, knowing smile. He pressed his ear to her breast, begging for heartbeat, for breath, for anything. But she was gone. Clara had given herself to seal Bathilda away. The Whitakers left the house within days. They packed what little they owned into their car and did not look back. Neighbors whispered of them, said they would never speak of what they had seen. Edward buried Clara in consecrated ground, though he never remembered the prayers he spoke over her coffin. Afterward, he returned not to the farmhouse, never there, but to the small home he and Clara had built together, late years before they had ever set foot in Morton-in-Marsh. Yet it was no longer a home. The rooms echoed with her absence. Her chair sat empty, her notebooks untouched on the shelf. He wandered from room to room, muttering her name as if it might draw her back. In the years that followed, Edward withered. He no longer worked, no longer lectured, no longer answered letters. He was sometimes seen in churchyards at dusk, staring at headstones as though waiting for a voice to answer him. Other times, villagers spotted him on the lane toward the farmhouse, standing at a distance, gazing at its blank windows, his face pale as if he could still hear Clara's voice inside. The farmhouse itself remained empty. Seasons passed. Grass grew wild in the orchard. The dry stone walls fell into ruin. Its windows darkened with mildew. Its beams sagged, yet still it stood. And though Bathilda Godfrey was bound, sealed in the silence Clara had wrought, the air around that house was never easy. Birds avoided the orchard. Children dared each other to touch its door, but none lingered. At night, when the wind moved through the oaks, some swore they heard a woman's voice. Not screaming, not whispering, but singing. A lullaby. Edward died a decade later, his hair white, his frame stooped. Those who attended his funeral said he carried with him the look of a man who had never truly left that night in the attic. His last words, they said, were Clara's name. And so the farmhouse endures, standing watch over Morton-in-Marsh. The villagers still do not speak its name, for they know the silence it holds is a silence bought with sacrifice. And somewhere, deep beneath its stones, Bathilda Godfrey waits. The house on Mount Druitt's quiet street did not look unusual. To strangers, it was a plain red brick box, its curtains always drawn, its scrappy lawn neither tended nor entirely neglected. A house you might pass without a thought. But Oliver knew better. To Oliver, it was a living thing. The air inside clung to him differently than the air outside. Every breath felt damp, as though the walls themselves exhaled against his skin. Floorboards bent in ways that didn't match their grain, like a rib cage shifting around a lung. And at night, the silence pressed so thickly it was almost noise. A silence broken not by clocks or neighbors, but by the house itself. There were the footsteps, slow, deliberate, as though someone heavier than his father walked the halls, always after midnight, always pacing toward his room before stopping just shy of his door. There were the whispers, not conversations, but fragments. He's awake. The boy is listening. We'll have him yet. There were the shadows, too, bending where they shouldn't, pooling at the foot of his bed, though the curtains were closed. And there was his father, a man whose anger was too perfectly in sync with the house's moods. If the house grew restless, so did he. If the house groaned, his father's voice rose to match. Sometimes Oliver wondered if his father controlled the house, or if the house controlled his father. Oliver learned young to be ready. He wore his shoes to bed, laces tied beneath the blanket. Shoes meant speed. Shoes meant survival. If the door burst open, if the footsteps turned real, if his father's shadow swallowed the room, Oliver would run. On the night he finally did, the house knew. The air was wrong even before sunset. Thicker, buzzing like a storm coiled in the walls. His father was quieter than usual, his silence sharper than shouting. His mother moved like a ghost, careful not to disturb whatever fragile balance kept the night from exploding. Oliver lay awake, shoes tight, his small bag waiting at the foot of the bed. The hall creaked, though no one walked it. A knock tapped the window, faint but insistent. Then came the voice. Not his father's, not exactly, but stretched, distorted, as though spoken through wood and wire. Oliver, the door handle rattled. The shadows leaned toward him. The air hummed like a throat preparing to scream. Oliver grabbed his bag, climbed onto the sill, and jumped. The ground jolted his bones, but his shoes held. He landed running, lungs burning, eyes stinging with tears and dust. Behind him, the house groaned. Not just wood and nails groaning, but a sound like all the voices he had ever heard there, screaming together, rising after him as though unwilling to let him go. He didn't look back. He ran until the streetlights thinned and the air lost its weight. And for the first time in his life, Oliver felt the night was his. Oliver never returned to the house. Authorities placed him in foster care, moving him between homes that smelled of other people's kitchens and echoed with other families' arguments. Some foster parents were kind, others indifferent, but none could erase the weight of what he had fled. Still, Oliver carried something vital with him, the certainty that he would not let his life end where it began. He would not let the house or the man who ruled it dictate who he became. At school, he applied himself with a desperation his teachers mistook for diligence. He read constantly, not just assigned books, but anything he could find. Myths, history, science. Knowledge was armor, and he wrapped it around himself page by page. Nights were harder. He dreamed of the house often, its halls endless, its whispers louder, its shadows hunting him. Sometimes he woke with his shoes still on, laces digging into his ankles. But he survived, he endured, and in time he earned a place at university. When Oliver first stepped onto the university campus, it was like walking into another world. The sandstone buildings towered above sprawling green lawns, their facades bathed in sunlight instead of shadow. Students sprawled across the grass, reading books or laughing in groups. It was noisy, chaotic, alive. For Oliver, who had grown up in a house where laughter was dangerous, the freedom was dizzying. But freedom was not the same as ease. He carried the house inside him still, in the way he jumped at sudden noises, in the way he never sat with his back to a door, in the way he wore his shoes to bed well into his first year. He often woke to find his roommate staring at him, unsettled by the muffled cries Oliver couldn't contain in his sleep. And yet, there was something else. A spark. A hunger. For the first time in his life, Oliver realized he had a choice in who he would become. That choice led him to psychology. He enrolled in an introductory course on human behavior, expecting little more than lectures and thick textbooks. But as the professor spoke about trauma, memory, and the cycles of violence, Oliver felt as though his chest had been split open. Words he had never heard before, learned helplessness, intergenerational trauma, attachment theory, were suddenly maps to the terrain of his childhood. He wasn't alone. He wasn't broken. He was wounded, and wounds, he learned, could heal. Oliver threw himself into study with the desperation of someone who knew his survival depended on it. He spent nights buried in books, tracing theories back to their roots, connecting them to his own story. While other students partied, he scribbled notes late into the night, his lamp burning like a lighthouse against the dark. Professors noticed him. His essays carried a fire, a clarity that came not from abstract curiosity but lived experience. He didn't just memorize theories, he wrestled with them, tested them against scars on his body and echoes in his mind. By his third year, he was tutoring younger students. By his final year, professors urged him to consider postgraduate work. Sarah entered his life during this time, a literature student with a laugh like bells. They met in the library when Oliver accidentally spilled coffee on one of her books. He stammered an apology, certain she'd curse him, but instead she smiled. "Guess we'll have to share a table now." They did, and over long nights of study, she became the first person he told the truth to. Not the whole truth at once, but piece by jagged piece, like shards of glass handed over carefully. She listened. She didn't flinch. She didn't turn away. By the time Oliver graduated with honors, Sarah was part of his life inextricably. She was his anchor, his reminder that the world could be kind. Oliver fell in love slowly, cautiously, as though afraid the house might notice and take it from him. But when he proposed, in a sunlit church far from Mount Druitt, he knew the house could never touch this. Their wedding was filled with laughter. For the first time in his life, Oliver laughed freely, without fear that joy might summon anger. 2 children followed, a daughter with Sarah's quiet determination, a son with Oliver's cautious eyes. Their laughter filled rooms without shadows waiting in the corners. He pursued a master's degree, then a doctorate, specializing in trauma psychology. His research was groundbreaking, examining the way children from violent homes carried echoes of that violence into adulthood and what could interrupt that pattern. He wasn't just studying himself. He was building roadmaps for others to follow out of the dark. Years later, standing at the front of a lecture hall, Oliver sometimes paused mid-sentence, struck by the enormity of it. The boy who had once hidden under thin blankets, shoes on his feet, waiting for footsteps in the hall, was now teaching others how to break those same chains. The university had become his home, the classroom, his battleground. Every lecture he gave was another blow against the house, another brick pried from its walls. But even as he spoke of healing and resilience, the house still lingered, whispering. It would follow him into marriage, into fatherhood, into the courtroom where he would finally face the man who had built it. And though Oliver still dreamed of the house, still woke sometimes with the sense of being watched, he began to believe he had outrun it. But the house was patient. It whispered in his dreams, "I am not finished with you." The courthouse smelled of dust and coffee, the kind of stale air that clung to government buildings. Yet when Oliver walked in, the air shifted. It thickened. He had sworn to himself he would never step into places that echoed the house. And yet here it was again. Fluorescent lights buzzing like insects, shadows pooling in corners where no shadows should be. The sensation was familiar. The house had followed him. Sarah sat in the gallery with their children, one hand gripping each of their shoulders as though she could anchor them against whatever storm might come. Oliver's mother sat a few rows behind, her eyes fixed on the floor until she was called. Then his father entered. The chains clinked, but the sound did not comfort. Shackles seemed ornamental, as though iron itself bent to him rather than restraining him. He walked with that same heavy inevitability Oliver remembered, not steps, but claims, each footfall saying, "This space is mine." He sat. He looked directly at Oliver. His lips curled in that smile, the one that had haunted Oliver since childhood, the smile of a man who already knew the outcome. The prosecution began by calling Oliver's mother. She stepped slowly, her hands trembling as she took the oath. "Please tell the court," the prosecutor said gently, "what life in the Mount Druitt house was like." Her voice was thin but steady. Life was silence broken by violence. He controlled every breath, every meal, every time the children laughed too loud. She faltered. Her eyes glassed over. "I learned not to laugh. He taught us all." She told them about bruises she'd hidden, about neighbors she'd lied to, about the nights she had pressed her body between Oliver and the man when she knew blows were coming. The defense attorney rose. "Mrs. Clark," he said smoothly, "isn't it true you stayed in that home for years? That you could have left, but didn't?" Her lips trembled. "Do you think the house let me leave?" The words slipped out before she realized. Murmurs rippled through the courtroom. The defense attorney frowned. "The house?" Oliver's mother froze as though she had revealed too much. Her gaze darted to Oliver, then back to the jury. "It was difficult. He made it impossible to leave. That's all I meant." But Oliver had seen it in her face. She had meant what she said. She knew. When Oliver's turn came, his chest was tight. His palms sweated as he swore the oath. "Tell the court what you remember," the prosecutor said. Oliver's voice was hoarse. "I wore my shoes to bed, every night, because if the door opened, I'd have to run." The jurors leaned in. The courtroom grew quieter as though straining to hear. "I remember footsteps in the hall," he continued. "Sometimes heavier than his, sometimes too many feet all moving at once. I remember whispers under the floor and the walls. I remember—" He hesitated. "I remember the house wanting me." The defense attorney leapt to his feet. "Objection, Your Honor. Irrelevant. This is trauma, not testimony." The judge raised an eyebrow. "Sustained. Mr. Clark, stick to events involving your father directly." Oliver licked his lips. He wanted to stop, but the house pressed against his ribs. He could feel it in the marrow of his teeth. He would hit my mother. He would hit me. He would. His throat closed. He forced the words out. He would tell me I'd never escape, that the house was him, that even if I ran, it would bring me back. The defense attorney smirked. "Mr. Clark, did your father ever literally say that, or is this another case of your haunted imagination?" Oliver stared at him. Behind the attorney, the courtroom wall bulged, just slightly, as though breathing. The lights flickered, the stenographer's keys stuttered and stopped. Then came the sound, a low murmur crawling under the benches. "He's lying, he's lying, he's lying." The defense attorney paled. He spun, looking for the source. What is that?" The judge banged his gavel. "Order!" The murmur ceased. The light steadied. The stenographer's hands shook as she resumed typing. Oliver's father chuckled. The sound was small, but it filled the room, curling into the ears of everyone present. The cross-examination resumed, but the damage was done. One juror wouldn't look at Oliver anymore, her eyes locked on the ceiling. Another scribbled frantically on his notepad, his lips moving as though in silent prayer. The prosecution closed strong. They spoke of bruises, broken bones, police reports, neighbor statements. The defense mocked Oliver's ghost stories, but their own voices shook. And then, during closing arguments, the fire alarm blared, a shriek of metal and sirens. The judge refused to clear the court. "We finished today." His voice cracked, but Oliver heard the alarm differently. Underneath it was another sound, the long, groaning howl of the house itself. The verdict came at last. Guilty. The word struck the air like a fragile bell. For a heartbeat, silence. Then his father roared. The chains rattled. His voice split into something inhuman. And beneath that roar, every wall of the courthouse screamed back. The day of the demolition dawned heavy and gray, as if the sky itself had chosen mourning clothes. Rain threatened but did not fall, leaving the air thick with static. Oliver stood across the street from the red brick house with Sarah at his side, her hand clasped around his so tightly that his knuckles blanched. His mother was there too, frail but upright, wrapped in a wool shawl despite the summer heat. The demolition crew, hard hats, steel-toed boots, cigarettes dangling, treated the house like any other job. They laughed, cursed, slapped one another's shoulders. But their voices lowered as they stepped onto the patch of weedy lawn. One of the men muttered, "Feels wrong, this one," and spat into the dirt. Oliver said nothing. His heart was a fist in his throat. The machines roared to life, excavators with their long arms, claws ready to tear, engines coughed black smoke into the air. Neighbors gathered along the street, arms folded, eyes wide. For them, this was just spectacle. For Oliver, it was exorcism. The first strike landed with a deafening crash. Brick split, mortar cracked, dust billowed outward like breath, and then the sound. Not stone, not timber, a scream. It wasn't the shriek of metal or the groan of wood. It was human, layered, countless throats crying out as one. The workers froze. One dropped his helmet. The crowd gasped. The excavator claw swung again, and again the scream came, louder, rawer. It rattled windows up and down the street. Children cried. A dog howled and bolted. Sarah clutched Oliver's hand tighter. "My God, Ollie, it sounds alive." He couldn't answer. His ears rang, but worse was the vibration through his bones. It felt like the sound was inside him. Another wall came down, and shadows spilled out, black shapes writhing against the daylight, like smoke with claws. They lashed at the air, at the men on the machines. One operator cursed and leapt from his cab, stumbling away. The machine idled forward, unguided, its claw sagging. The foreman shouted, "Keep going, don't stop." His voice cracked with fear. The workers obeyed, though their faces were pale. Brick by brick, room by room, the house collapsed, and with each section torn open, Oliver glimpsed fragments of his past. His small bed, sheets damp with sweat, the hallway where his father's boots had thundered, the kitchen where his mother's apologies had fallen like broken glass. The house disgorged it all. Memory turned to rubble. At one point, the living room wall fell away, and for an instant Oliver swore he saw himself. 10 years old, crouched in the corner, bag on his back, shoes on his feet, eyes wide with terror. The boy stared at him, then dissolved into dust. The screaming grew unbearable, a keening wail that made grown men cover their ears. Windows on nearby houses rattled until some cracked. The neighbors began to back away, muttering prayers. Finally, with one last strike, the roof caved in. The scream peaked, splintered, and then cut off all at once. Silence crashed down heavier than any brick. Dust hung in the air like fog. The skeleton of the house sagged, broken, and then a whisper. So soft Oliver thought it was his imagination. "You can't destroy me." He staggered, clutching his head. Sarah steadied him, her voice urgent. "Ollie, it's over. Look, it's gone." But he knew better. The house lay in ruin, yes, its bricks reduced to rubble, but the echo still lived, in him, in his blood. As the machines powered down, the workers didn't celebrate. They stood in silence, staring at the ruin, pale as ghosts themselves. One finally muttered, "Never heard a building die like that." Oliver's mother whispered a prayer. Sarah pulled him close. Across the rubble, the wind stirred, carrying dust, carrying ash, carrying echoes. For a heartbeat, Oliver thought he heard laughter buried deep within. The house was gone, but not ended. For weeks after the demolition, Oliver thought he might finally be free. The ground where the house had stood was nothing more than rubble, a scar of dirt and broken brick fenced off by chain link. Yet the silence was wrong. At night, he would wake with dust on his tongue. He would hear the creak of a roof beam, the groan of timber settling. Sometimes he smelled it, the mildew of old carpet, the metallic tang of blood. He would sit up in bed, sweat chilling his spine, certain the house was inside the room. Sarah noticed first. "You're not sleeping," she whispered one night, brushing his damp hair back. "You look like it's still with you." Oliver didn't answer. He couldn't, because he knew she was right. The house was gone, but it had taken root in him. During the day, in the middle of his lectures, he would hear it. A low thrum, almost like a heartbeat, rising from beneath the floor. In the corridor at the university, the lights would flicker in a familiar rhythm. He began to avoid empty rooms. Terrified, he would see the wallpaper peeling to reveal the walls of Mount Druitt instead. The worst were the whispers. Sometimes he heard them while holding his daughter. "Drop her. Let her fall. The house takes what it wants." He nearly screamed the day he saw, reflected in the mirror, not himself but the narrow hallway of the house, endless, stretching behind him. Finally he broke. I can't do this anymore," he told Sarah one evening, his voice shaking. "It's in me, Sarah, the house. It won't let go." She held his hands, tears filling her eyes. "Then we'll find someone who can make it let go." Through contacts at the university, a professor of religious studies, skeptical but intrigued, Oliver was directed to a retired priest known for dealing with the stubborn. Father Brennan was in his 70s, a man of lean frame and steel-gray eyes. He agreed to meet Oliver and Sarah in a church that smelled of stone, wax, and old wood. Father Brennan listened as Oliver spoke, listened as Sarah confirmed, listened as Oliver's mother added in a trembling voice, "That house was never just timber and brick." Finally, Brennan nodded. "Some places grow fat on pain, some places drink, and sometimes when the place is torn down, the hunger doesn't vanish, it moves, attaches." His eyes narrowed. "You're carrying it," Oliver swallowed. "Then get it out of me." The exorcism was set for the following night. It took place in the rectory, an old side chapel unused for decades. Candles lined the floor. Sarah and Oliver's mother stood in the back, hands clenched in prayer. Father Brennan began in Latin, voice steady, commanding. Oliver knelt, heart hammering. At first, nothing happened. He thought perhaps it was all theater. Then the temperature dropped. His breath plumed white. The stone walls groaned. From the corners of the chapel came the familiar whisper. Oliver Brennan raised his voice, his words striking like blows. Oliver doubled over, gagging. He felt something shift inside him, clawing at his chest. His hands spasmed, his nails scraped against the floor, drawing blood. His voice tore free without his consent. "He is mine." The sound wasn't his. It was the house speaking through him, through his throat, through his soul. Sarah cried out, but Brennan shouted louder, "You are bound to the ruins, not this man. In the name of the Almighty, depart." The air howled. Dust swirled. Oliver's body jerked violently, as if strings yanked him. He saw the house, not in front of him, but inside, its rooms stacked within his chest, its windows staring from his ribs, its doors slamming inside his skull. "Get it out!" Oliver screamed, his own voice now ragged with terror. "Please, get it out!" Brennan pressed a crucifix to Oliver's forehead. The metal burned like fire. Oliver shrieked. The house screamed with him, a chorus of voices tearing at the walls of the chapel. Candles guttered, glass shattered in the windows, and then, with a violent heave, something ripped loose. Oliver collapsed. For a moment, silence, then a rush of air, a roar, and from his mouth spilled a black shadow, thicker than smoke, darker than night. It clawed at the ceiling, howled, and then burst apart in a spray of ash that fell like snow. The silence that followed was absolute. Brennan knelt beside Oliver, his hand steady on his shoulder. "It's gone." Oliver wept. For the first time since childhood, he felt empty, not hollow, but clean. The constant pressure was gone. The whispers silenced. His chest was his own. Sarah rushed forward, gathering him into her arms. He clung to her, shaking, the warmth of her body the only proof that he was still here, still real. The ruins of Mount Druitt still stood, fenced and silent. But when Oliver next visited, it was only rubble, no whispers, no shadows, no screams. The house had been starved out. But Oliver knew better than to take freedom for granted. Trauma could not be exorcised, only lived with, shaped, passed on. And that, he realized, was the true haunting. The night after the exorcism, Oliver sat awake in the quiet of his home. Sarah and the children slept peacefully upstairs. For the first time in years, the silence did not suffocate him. It breathed. He walked through the house barefoot, feeling the wood floors under his feet. No whispers, no shifting shadows, just the gentle creak of a living, normal home. But inside he understood. The battle was not simply against his father, nor even against the house. The true war was against the cycle itself, the endless repetition of cruelty, silence, fear. The house had been destroyed, the spirit torn from him. But cycles of abuse are not so easily ended. They live in the choices we make every day, in the tone of our voices, in the patience we offer, in whether we repeat or resist what was done to us. Oliver thought of his children, their soft laughter, their small hands, how easy it would be in moments of anger or exhaustion to slip into his father's shadow, to bark too harshly, to let fear shape his parenting. He thought of his mother, who had endured unspeakable things in silence, too afraid to leave, of neighbors who had heard muffled cries and chosen to look away, of teachers who had seen bruises but convinced themselves it was not their place. Each link in the chain was a choice, conscious or unconscious, that allowed the cycle to continue. And he realized breaking it was not just about surviving, it was about refusing to pass it on. The truth was not easy. Healing was not easy. Some nights, the memories would still come. Some nights, the phantom of the house would press against the edges of his dreams. But the difference now was that he had chosen. He had faced the darkness, named it, dragged it into the light, and dared to demand freedom. He stood by the window, looking out at the night. Somewhere beyond the city, the rubble of the Mount Druitt house lay quiet. But he knew there were other houses like it, other children wearing their shoes to bed, other mothers swallowing their cries. And he understood that his story was not only his, it was a warning, a plea, a call. The cycle can be broken, but only if we choose to bear the weight of breaking it. It costs, it scars, it will demand everything you are willing to give. But if you do not, the cycle survives, feeding on silence, feeding on fear. Oliver whispered into the dark, not to the house, not to the ghosts, but to himself and to anyone who might need to hear. It ends with me. He returned upstairs, kissed his children on their sleeping heads, and slipped into bed beside Sarah. For the first time in his life, he allowed himself to believe it. The cycle was not destiny. The cycle was a choice. And even when it felt impossible, even when it cost you everything, it was up to each of us to try. the shadow of the Austrian Alps stands a manor older than memory. A family moved in chasing a new life. But the walls were not empty. Something watched them, waiting, and once awakened, it refused to let go. Austria today is a land of paradoxes. Its cities pulse with tourists and modern life. Trams rattling across cobbled streets, neon spilling from cafes and bars, glass offices climbing above squares that still echo Mozart. Yet only a short drive away, villages seem immune to change. Church bells toll morning and evening, their notes drifting over mist-draped fields. Wooden shutters bang in mountain winds. Children play in the same squares their great-grandparents once did. It is a place where modernity and antiquity live side by side, never quite touching, as though one could step between centuries by simply walking from city to village. James Mallory, 35 years old and weary from scraping by in Manchester, found himself in this blend of past and present, barely believing his luck. He had worked in information security for years, an unglamorous career of late nights, endless updates, and poor pay. His old company had treated him as expendable, ready to replace him with younger graduates. But fate had offered a chance. A firm headquartered in Salzburg wanted him as a specialist, and they were willing to pay. The salary was unlike anything he had ever seen. For the first time in his life, James could dream, not merely of paying bills, but of thriving. Clara, his wife, could live without constant worry. Thomas, their 17-year-old son, could think of university without debt. Amelia, their 15-year-old daughter, could grow up with possibility instead of limits. The Mallorys traded gray Manchester rain for Austrian sunlight. And with the new job came something James had never dared imagine: property. Not just any property, but a manor house 2 centuries old, standing in solemn grandeur among the trees outside Salzburg. The manor had history woven into its stones. Built in 1824, it had stood through empires, wars, famine, and prosperity alike. When James first laid eyes on it, framed by ivy and crowned with a dark slate roof, his heart swelled with pride. For once in his life, he felt he had truly arrived. But not all histories stay buried. Some linger, some wait. The manor was vast. Its halls echoed with footsteps, staircases curled into shadowed upper floors, and fireplaces towered over them. Clara filled the empty rooms with their modest furniture, laughing nervously at how small their sofa looked in the drawing room, how lost the dining table seemed beneath the chandelier. James drove into Salzburg each morning, his route winding past meadows and cattle, mountains rising like jagged gods in the distance. He parked beneath the shadows of modern office towers that stood shoulder to shoulder with Baroque facades, and he worked long hours but returned smiling, no longer beaten down but filled with purpose. For the children, the manor was an adventure. Thomas explored the attics with a flashlight, finding moth-eaten coats and a leather-bound journal filled with spidery German. Amelia claimed the gardens, overgrown but enchanting, sketching mossy fountains and hedges grown wild. She told her brother she sometimes thought she heard laughter in the wind there, children long gone. At night, they gathered in the dining room, their voices carrying into the rafters. Clara tried Austrian recipes, filling the air with herbs and roasted meats. Thomas teased Amelia. Amelia rolled her eyes, and James sat back, watching, feeling something he had never known before: security. But Clara sometimes paused, standing very still. She swore she heard movement above when everyone was downstairs. Once, she spun around in the kitchen, convinced someone had breathed against her neck. Only shadows greeted her. James laughed her worries away. "It's just a house. Old houses have voices." But in his heart he too felt it, a heaviness, as though the walls themselves were watching. The manor was theirs. But something else lived there too. It began with trivial disruptions. Thomas's books, left on the sofa, appeared neatly stacked upstairs. Amelia's necklace vanished, then reappeared on the garden bench. A glass went missing and was later found in the pantry. At first, Clara tried to laugh. "It's an old house," she told herself. "Things go missing." But inside she felt a cold unease. The objects never seemed simply misplaced. They were always arranged, as if someone had carried them with intent. At night, James sometimes woke to find the lamp on his bedside table burning, though he remembered turning it off. He sat upright, staring at the yellow glow, listening to the silence. The house was vast, every creak and sigh magnified in the darkness, Clara muttered uneasily in her sleep, clutching her rosary. The children slept peacefully, untouched. By September, Clara whispered of shadows, too tall, too thin, slipping at the edges of her vision. She once froze at the kitchen sink, certain she felt warm breath graze her cheek. When she turned, only the faint clink of a glass settling on the counter broke the silence. James dismissed her worries, but caught himself pausing in the halls, too, staring into corners longer than he should. The silence of the manor had begun to feel deliberate. The children remained untouched, teasing their parents gently, but Clara's eyes had grown tired and watchful. She moved through the house as if expecting something to step out from behind the next door. The unease had taken root. The disturbances grew bolder. The chandelier in the dining room swayed violently, its crystals rattling though the windows were sealed. Doors slammed upstairs when all four sat together in the lounge. At night came 3 knocks, always 3, echoing through the walls like a signal, measured and patient, as though the house itself was answering a question only it could hear. James began to glimpse him. At first, shadows and mirrors, gone when he turned. Then clearer, a tall figure, gaunt, hollow-eyed, dressed from another century. Once, James froze as he saw the man at the end of a corridor, standing utterly still, his gaze fixed on him. When James blinked, the hallway was empty, but his skin crawled with the certainty that he had been watched. Clara's health faltered. Her hands trembled constantly, her complexion drained. She woke screaming at night, swearing someone had stood at the foot of her bed. The air in their room grew heavy, so oppressive that James found it hard to breathe. The walls seemed to press closer in the dark. James searched the house with his flashlight, each night more desperate. The beam slid over empty chairs, over dust and corners. But the silence felt alive, as though something just beyond sight was waiting for him to lower the light. Clara begged for help from the church. 2 local priests came, their faces grave as they sprinkled holy water, whispered prayers, and pressed crucifixes to door frames. But the air did not shift. The silence remained, deeper than before, as if mocking them. When the priests left, they told the family gently that the house was ordinary. "Old timbers creak," one said. Clara wept. James clenched his fists. He could not explain away the man's eyes. It no longer felt as though the house was merely haunted. The presence had fixed itself upon them. By winter, dread filled every room. James, once steady, now looked hollow-eyed. He muttered to himself, scribbling notes on scraps of paper, lists of knocks, half-sketched drawings of a gaunt figure. He rarely ate. Clara moved like a shadow, clutching her rosary until her knuckles whitened, whispering prayers even at the breakfast table. The cruelty of the haunting sharpened. James woke choking, clawing at his throat. Clara collapsed in the kitchen, insisting something had shoved her. A mirror in their bedroom cracked in a single line across the glass while no one touched it. The atmosphere grew so heavy that even the children, untouched, felt it. Thomas complained of headaches. Amelia admitted she sometimes woke certain that someone was staring at her through the darkness. Meals were silent. Laughter was gone. The house felt colder, even with fires burning. The air pressed down, thick and stale, carrying a scent of dust and stone. One night, James snapped. He stormed the halls, his flashlight beam shaking as he roared into the shadows. "Show yourself! Enough hiding! If you want us, come and take me!" The chandelier shook violently. Doors slammed shut one by one like gunshots. Clara screamed, collapsing onto the floor with her hands clamped over her ears. Amelia clung to Thomas, sobbing, as James dropped to his knees, trembling and incoherent. The silence that followed felt worse than the chaos, and Amelia, hands shaking, called the police. The officers arrived just past midnight, their blue lights casting restless shadows across the old stone walls. Inspector Marcus Leitner led the way inside, a broad-shouldered man with a trimmed beard and the steady voice of someone who had seen too much domestic chaos in his career. His younger partner, Constable Eva Grun, carried the wariness of a long winter shift in her eyes. They found James Mallory pacing the hallway, shouting at nothing, his hair damp with sweat, his eyes wild. "You don't see him?" he barked at Leitner, pointing into the dark corner by the stairs. "He's standing there watching us." The beam of Leitner's flashlight cut across the empty plaster. He exchanged a look with Grun, who carefully noted James's tremor. the way his hands shook as he spoke. Clara sat curled on the floor near the dining room, her rosary tangled in her fingers, whispering prayers that broke into sobs. Amelia clung to Thomas, both children pale, wide-eyed, frozen. Leitner crouched beside the boy. "Has your father been drinking? Taking medication?" His tone was kind but skeptical. Thomas shook his head furiously. "No, he's not like this. He's never been like this." His voice cracked, but the inspector only patted his shoulder and rose again. Within an hour, Dr. Andreas Huber arrived, an on-call physician from the nearest clinic, his overcoat half-buttoned, his breath steaming in the cold air. He checked James's pulse, examined Clara, then shook his head gravely. "Stress reaction," Huber declared. "Possibly a shared psychosis. These old houses, the move, the strain of relocation, it can break fragile minds. The children seem unaffected, which is good, but the parents need rest, medical supervision." His words felt like dismissal, like a wall slamming shut. Clara clutched at his sleeve, begging him to listen. "It's not us," she cried. "There's someone here. Please don't leave us." But the doctor only freed himself gently, writing out a prescription. "Sedatives, sleep, that will help." James fought when the ambulance crew arrived. "You can't leave them here alone," he roared, thrashing against the straps as they sedated him. "He'll come for them. Don't you see him?" His words dissolved into slurred murmurs as the injection took hold. Clara was calmer, though no less broken. She was given medication for her nerves, as Dr. Huber called it. Eva Grun pressed a small paper bag of pills into her hand, speaking softly, like a mother to a frightened child. "Take these. Sleep. That's all it is." The neighbors had gathered by then, drawn by the lights and sirens. They huddled at their gates in nightclothes, muttering among themselves. Frau Ebner, an elderly widow from across the lane, whispered to anyone who would listen, "I told you that house is cursed. Nothing good has come from it since the war." Her words carried, picked up by others, spreading like frost. By the time the police cars pulled away, the Mallory's reputation was set. The English family, already odd, now branded unstable. But not everyone dismissed it. Leitner lingered at the gate, watching the house as its windows glared back dark and empty. "Strange," he muttered to Grun. "Too strange." He didn't say more, but later in his report, he added one unusual line. "Family claims persistent presence, events unexplained." It was enough. Through channels the Mallorys could never have guessed, the note found its way to Vienna, and from Vienna to Rome. The Vatican had seen such reports before. Families broken by something priests failed to sense, something old and malicious that left only ruin behind. And so two figures were dispatched to Salzburg, quietly, without ceremony. Father Matteo Ricci, weary, scarred, his faith tested countless times. Sister Helena Kruger, her visions both a gift and a burden. They came without announcement. To the neighbors, they were strangers. To Thomas and Amelia, they would soon feel like the only adults who truly believed them. To Clara, they were her last fragile thread of hope. To James, confined in a sterile white hospital bed, they were too late. Ritchie dug into Salzburg's archives while Helena prayed in the manor's rooms. The truth emerged. The house had once belonged to Victor Rauch, a 19th century nobleman remembered with dread. He ruled with cruelty. Servants feared him. His wife withered under his hand. His son fled. His daughter died young. Despair, many whispered. Victor himself died alone, slumped in the great hall, his face twisted in rage. No mourners came, but he remained. Helena's visions revealed him. Skeletal, towering, his eyes voids, his rage unspent. She felt his hunger to dominate, his fury at losing control. He had chosen James and Clara because they were parents. Breaking them let him relive his power. He spared Thomas and Amelia not from mercy, but from guilt. They were reminders of the family he had destroyed. "Victor Rauch lingers still," Ritchie told Clara, "and he has chosen you." Somewhere deep in the walls, 3 sharp knocks answered. As the last light bled from the sky, the house seemed to lean closer, listening, waiting for what was to come. Ritchie laid out a crucifix, Bible, holy water, candles. Helena placed her rosary beside them. Clara clutched hers until her palms bled. Thomas and Amelia stood silent. The prayers began. Latin echoed through the hall. Candles flickered, flames bending sideways though no draft stirred. Then the bulbs overhead burst, glass raining down. The chandelier swung, doors slammed upstairs, and he came. Victor Rauch appeared in the doorway, tall, skeletal, eyes black pits, mouth twisted in hate. With each step, the air dropped colder until their breath smoked. Richie thundered, "Exorcizo te, omnis spiritus immunde!" Victor screamed, shattering windows. Shadows writhed on the walls. Helena cried out, "Holy Mary, shield this family!" The spirit lunged. Richie raised the crucifix, forcing him back. The manor shook. Portraits crashed. The pounding came, 3 knocks, everywhere at once. Clara collapsed, still praying through her sobs. For a moment, Victor's gaze fixed on the children. His voice slid across the air, "My children, I failed you." Then rage consumed him. Helena lifted her rosary. "In Christ's name, leave this place." The candles flared, smoke split from Victor's form. At midnight, the house erupted. The chandelier tore from the ceiling. Victor's scream rose to a shriek, then ended. Silence. The cold ebbed. The spirit was gone. Richie lowered the crucifix, hands trembling. Helena wept. Clara lay faint, lips moving in prayer. The children clung together. For the first time in months, the manor was still. But silence is not peace. Clara awoke whispering prayers, her eyes glassy. She drifted through days, staring from windows as though expecting someone. James never returned. In the asylum, he muttered endlessly of eyes in the dark, of 3 knocks that never ceased. Sometimes he did not know his children. Thomas, only 17, became the head of the house. He cooked, paid bills, carried burdens far too heavy. Amelia tried to soften him, filling rooms with music, coaxing smiles, though she too sometimes sat staring into corners. They visited their father. He reached for their hands, whispering, "Don't let him in, always 3. Clara went once and never again. Neighbors whispered of curses. Some urged the manor be torn down. Most avoided the road entirely, crossing themselves when they passed. The children grew up in silence, scarred. The spirit was gone, but memory remained. Sometimes at night, Thomas swore he heard footsteps in the upstairs hall. Amelia said it was only the wind, but she too pulled her blankets tighter, because silence does not always mean peace. The Austrian manor stands to this day, ivy climbing higher with each passing year. Victor Rauch is gone. His shadow faded, but the scars he carved into the living remain. Because when the dead refuse to rest, it is not the house that is cursed. It is the family left behind. Humanity's first faster-than-light mission found something waiting in the dark, and one was enough. The year was 2572, and humanity had finally stepped across the threshold of its cage. For centuries, faster-than-light travel had been theory, a horizon spoken of in laboratories, teased in mathematics but never touched. Generations lived and died under the promise of the stars, under the haunting suspicion that even if life waited beyond Earth's skies, it would never be reached. And then, impossibly, the breakthrough came. The Astreus Drive, a machine capable of folding space on itself, collapsing distances that would take millennia into journeys measured in weeks. Its development had cost a century of war budgets, decades of secret experiments, and more lives than the United Earth Council would admit. But now it was real. Humanity could go faster than light. The first vessel to carry it was the UEN Vigilant. Unlike the brutal, utilitarian ships of centuries past, the Vigilant was a beacon of hope made real. A kilometer-long leviathan of silver-white alloys and gleaming hull plates, its lines clean, its engine arrays glowing a soft blue that cut like dawn across the void. It was humanity's triumph given shape, not a weapon but a promise. A ship built not only to endure the journey but to inspire it. Captain Elena Varga stood at the head of her crew as the earth shrank beneath them, a pale blue marble fading into the dark. Her voice was steady, though her eyes betrayed the weight she carried. "For 5 centuries," she told them, "we have wondered who is out there. Tonight, we stop wondering." Applause followed, thin but sincere. Some smiled, others swallowed their nerves. Every man and woman aboard knew they were part of history. None of them knew how short that history would become. When the FTL core engaged, the universe itself seemed to recoil. The stars bent inward, gravity folded like wet cloth. The ship groaned as though some vast hand had taken hold of it and was twisting it in directions no human mind could picture. Bodies slammed against restraints, teeth rattled, vision blurred, some vomited inside their helmets. Eardrums popped with sharp, wet pain. Someone screamed, another cursed, another prayed, their words lost in the thunder of space tearing. And then silence. The Vigilant emerged light years away. Its hull was battered, its crew bruised and dazed, but alive. For the first time in history, humankind had crossed the gulf between stars. They thought the worst was behind them. They were wrong. The system was old. Its star was a dull red giant, swollen and dying, casting a bloody haze across the void. Around it drifted a handful of rocky planets, most scorched bare or smothered under choking atmospheres. One, however, caught their attention. It was larger than Earth, wrapped in thick yellow clouds that churned endlessly. Sensors confirmed an atmosphere rich in hydrogen sulfide, dense and toxic, a chemical ocean hanging in the sky. Surface temperatures hovered near the limit of their suit's endurance. Pressure was high enough to crush unprotected lungs in seconds. A world inimical to human life. And yet something was there. The scans came back with impossible results. Buried beneath the poisonous clouds, half sunken in a plain of sulfuric swamps and black stone, was a structure. It rose out of the haze like a monolith, sharp-edged and angular, dark as obsidian, its surface pocked with vents that exhaled pale mist into the heavy air. Even through interference, the Vigilance instruments picked up faint energy signatures still pulsing within. It was not natural. It had not been eroded into shape, nor carved by wind or rain. It was deliberate. Someone had built it. In the observation deck, the crooned silence as the images came through. The structure towered above the horizon, so vast it bent perspective, so alien it defied comparison. Not a ruin, Marcus Hale whispered. His voice trembled as he stared at the projections. It's too intact. It's waiting. The words were not meant for anyone, but everyone heard them. No one spoke for several long seconds. Captain Varga broke the silence. Prep the shuttle. We'll land at first light. There were protests. Engineers warned of suit stress. The medical team cautioned about exposure, but orders were orders. And none of them had the will to argue against the pull of history. When the shuttle detached from the Vigilant's belly, the planet filled the viewport. A swirling ocean of yellow clouds churned like boiling tar. Lightning flickered deep within, illuminating shadows that twisted across the atmosphere. As they descended, turbulence shook the shuttle. Sulfur storms lashed against the hull. Instruments screamed warnings. The haze thickened until visibility shrank to meters. Then, at last, the surface broke through. The ground was gray-black, cracked and brittle, slick with sulfur deposits that hissed under the weight of their boots. Pools of yellow liquid bubbled across the plain, venting gases in bursts that made the air shimmer. The smell of rot and acid burned even through the filters of their suits. And rising above it all, the structure. It loomed like a black cathedral, walls scarred but standing, jagged towers piercing the haze. Vents exhaled steady plumes of pale gas, as though the building itself were alive, breathing. Its surface glistened under the weak light of the red sun, neither stone nor metal, something in between. God, someone muttered. Their comms cracked with static, every sound distorted in the dense air. Breathing hissed loudly in every helmet. The crunch of boots on sulfur crust echoed too sharply, carrying farther than it should have. Every step felt like a trespass. Captain Varga led them to the base of the structure, where a vast opening yawned like the mouth of a cavern. Dark, tall enough for a starship to pass through, lined with ridges that caught the dim light like teeth. Dr. Hale paused at the threshold, staring into the abyss. His suit lights reflected faintly off surfaces that curved and twisted inward. Incredible, he whispered. It's not just a structure, it's a habitat. No one asked for what. They activated their suit lamps and stepped inside. The haze swallowed them whole. The moment they stepped through the threshold, the world behind them ceased to exist. The storm winds outside vanished, silenced by walls so thick they seemed to swallow sound. Their helmet lamps cut narrow cones of light through the haze. Beams struck glossy surfaces and came back muted, absorbed rather than reflected. The interior was cavernous, black stone veined with faint orange glows, like cooling magma. The air shimmered faintly, heavy with suspended particles. Their suit filters clicked and hummed, straining against the atmosphere. The sound of their own breathing was amplified inside their helmets. Sharp inhalations, nervous exhalations, the occasional rasp of throat mics opening on accident. Comms are unstable, Lieutenant Armitage muttered. His voice was distorted, static buzzing at the edges. Varga answered evenly, though her own transmission cut in and out. Stay tight, no wandering. They advanced slowly, every bootstep crunching on a floor lined with crusted sulfur crystals. The ground flexed faintly under their weight, a disturbing give, as though they were walking not on stone, but something that yielded just slightly before stiffening again. The walls stretched high above them, ribs of stone or metal arching like a cathedral ceiling. Faint vibrations passed through the floor, a deep resonant hum that none of them could place. Feel that? Dr. Hale asked. No one answered, but they all felt it. They reached a fork, two passageways diverging into darkness. Varga gestured. Left team with me, right team, Hale leads. Hale hesitated but nodded. He was no soldier. He was here to listen, to record, to decipher. Yet now he was being asked to lead into the unknown. The right-hand corridor narrowed, walls pressing closer, the glow of suit lamps bouncing in quick flashes. Here the air thickened, yellow haze clinging to their visors. Their boots splashed in shallow pools, fluid hissing faintly as droplets struck their armored legs. The smell reached them even through filtration, a foul, acrid stench, rotten eggs magnified 100-fold. Someone gagged over comms. The passage widened into a chamber. They froze. Across the walls were marks, gouges carved deep into the glossy black surface, long and jagged, as though claws had raked through the material with violent force. Chunks of brittle chitin littered the floor, fragments curved and ridged like pieces of shell, cracked and hollow. Organic, one of the biologists whispered. Hale crouched, picking up a shard. It was light, brittle, and warm to the touch. He dropped it quickly, his gloved fingers tingling. Behind them, the comms crackled. A scream erupted, cut short and static. Left team, report! Varga's voice snapped, breaking through the interference. Silence. Only the hiss of their suit vents. Only their own frantic breathing. Then faintly, the sound returned. A long metallic scrape, claws against stone, echoing down the corridor. Not from their team, not human. They regrouped, sprinting back to the fork. The left-hand team was gone. Only a discarded rifle lay on the floor, barrel bent, casing pitted as though splashed with acid. The comm channel hissed with static, then cleared just long enough for a single broken word to filter through. Here. Then silence. The scrape came again, closer this time, reverberating through the walls. It was followed by another sound, a steady, rhythmic hiss, the exhale of something breathing. Hale felt his throat tighten. His lamp beam swept across the walls and found nothing, only haze, only the glistening black. But in the haze, something moved, too large to be human, too fluid to be machine. It was watching. The corridor shook with another metallic scrape. Eyes up, Varga barked, rifle raised. Beams of light swept the haze, cutting pale cones through the sulfur fog. Something darted across the passage ahead, too fast, too big. Just a flicker of motion, a ripple in the mist. The soldiers opened fire. Bolts of plasma hissed into the dark, sparking off stone. For a moment, the chamber lit up like a furnace. When the light faded, nothing moved. Silence. Then the scream came. One of the rear scouts, Chen, was yanked off his feet. His body slammed against the wall with bone-snapping force, then vanished into the shadows above before anyone could react. His comms shrieked with static, then cut dead. "Contact! Contact! It's above us!" Armitage shouted. They fired upward, beams flashing through the haze. For the briefest instant, something vast and wrong flickered into view. 6 limbs bent at unnatural angles, a hide like matte stone, veined with faint orange light. A face with no eyes, only slits that exhaled vapor in long, hissing bursts. Then it was gone, retreating into the ceiling shafts. The sound that followed was worse than the sight. Claws, hundreds of them, clattering through stone as the thing moved above, circling them, waiting. "Fall back," Varga ordered. The crew stumbled through the corridor, boots splashing in sulfur pools, every motion amplified in the heavy air. Their own breathing betrayed them, frantic, ragged, feeding the predator every sound it needed. Another strike. This time, it hit the vanguard. A soldier's chest plate split with a metallic shriek, his oxygen venting in a plume of white mist. He dropped instantly, clutching at his helmet, eyes wide as his lungs collapsed. They dragged his body back, but it was too late. "Move. Now." Varga's voice cracked with fury and fear. The chamber ahead opened into a vast hall. They poured inside, forming a defensive circle, rifles trained on every angle. Hale stumbled to the rear, notebook clutched tight in one hand, his lamp shaking as it played across the black walls. In the sulfur haze, faint shapes shifted. A ripple here, a blur there, never fully seen, always moving. The predator was toying with them, testing. Then the comms came alive with a sound none of them expected. Not static, not breathing, a clicking rhythm, precise, deliberate. It was speaking. The clicking grew louder. It wasn't random, it was patterned. 3 clicks, pause, 2 clicks, pause, over and over, echoing through the stone ribs of the hall. Then it stopped. Every lamp swept the haze at once, every trigger finger twitched, and from the ceiling, it dropped. The predator hit the ground in the middle of their circle, scattering them like toys. Rifles fired in a frenzy, beams scorching walls, sparks cascading in the fog, but the thing was already moving. It struck Armitage first, a blur of limbs. His helmet shattered with a sharp crack, the sulfur air rushing in. He had just enough time to scream before the poison took him, lungs imploding as the creature dragged his body into the shadows. Another soldier fired point blank. The beam struck square into its chest and fizzled, absorbed by its hide. The predator snapped its spined limb outward and cut the rifle clean in half, the soldier with it. "Fall back! To the corridor!" Varga roared. The survivors broke, scrambling into the narrowing passage. Boots thundered, comms screamed, alarms blared as suit filters overloaded. The predator followed, claws hammering stone, its movements impossibly fast, almost liquid. It didn't strike immediately. It chased, hurting them, keeping just out of reach. The scrape of claws never far, the hiss of its breath like a furnace at their backs. "Where is it? Where the hell is it?" "Shut comms! Shut!" Too late. One soldier shouted too loudly. A blur cut across the corridor. His body slammed against the wall, limp before it hit the ground. The predator had learned their weakness, sound. Every panicked word, every ragged breath was a target. They reached another chamber, smaller, circular, with pillars rising from the floor like broken teeth. The crew pressed against the stone, rifles shaking, lamps sweeping the haze. Dr. Hale crouched low, chest heaving, eyes wide. He was no soldier. He was prey, and he knew it. He scribbled frantic notes against his thigh, hands trembling, words scrawled. Hunts by sound, ignores light, tests patterns first. A shadow crossed his beam. The predator was inside the chamber. It clung to the ceiling, limbs folded tight, its body refracting faintly in the haze. The orange veins beneath its hide glowed brighter now, pulsing with rhythm, matching the clicks that filled the chamber again. This time the crew understood. The rhythm wasn't random, it was mocking them. 3 clicks, pause, 2 clicks, pause. The same pattern their rifles made when they reloaded. It had learned their weapons. "Fire!" Varga screamed. The chamber erupted in light and heat. Plasma bolts tore chunks from the ceiling, sparks showered the floor. The predator shrieked, a sound so sharp it rattled inside their helmets, then vanished into the mist, leaving nothing but scorched stone. Silence fell. Breathing rattled. Fingers trembled on triggers. Then the clicking started again. This time, it came from every direction at once. The predator wasn't alone. The chamber rang with the sound of clicks, not from one direction, from all of them. Some echoed high above, skittering through shafts. Others rolled low across the floor, bouncing between pillars. A chorus of rhythm, uneven, mocking, multiplying. The crew froze, every lamp beam cutting wild arcs through the sulfur haze. Their own breathing thundered inside helmets, each hiss of oxygen sounding louder, more dangerous. "They're everywhere," someone whispered. Too loud. The sound bounced, the clicking answered back. No, it's one," another stammered. "It's just." He cut off, shaking his head violently as if trying to convince himself. Hale knew better. He pressed against the wall, notebook trembling in his gloved hand, and forced himself to write. Not one, more than one, a pack. The realization spread like fire through the survivors. One monster had been terrifying. Several meant there was no chance. "Form perimeter." Captain Varga barked, voice cracking through static. "Stay calm, they're testing us, The ceiling groaned. Every lamp swept upward. Something massive shifted above, claws scraping against stone. The haze thickened, dropping in pale sheets. Orange veins flickered briefly, then vanished. "Hold fire," Varga snapped. "Don't waste shots." The soldiers obeyed, rifles trembling in their hands, beams jittering across black walls. but discipline was thin, cracking under the weight of panic. The sound came again, claws hammering stone so close it rattled the floor. Then silence, then another scrape from the opposite side. They were being herded. Dr. Hale couldn't breathe. His lungs strained against the suit filters, drawing in thin, sour air. The walls felt closer, pressing in, as if the entire structure were leaning toward them. He tried to focus, tried to frame the moment as observation rather than nightmare. Predators working as a unit, pack behavior, coordinated herding. His pen scratched across the page, not random, hunting strategy, intelligent pack tactics. But the words trembled, his handwriting warped, his hand wouldn't stay steady. Because in the silence that followed, he finally understood. The predators weren't confused by their presence. They weren't surprised. They were prepared. The crew hadn't stumbled into a lair, they had walked into a trap. "Captain," one of the soldiers whispered, voice thin as paper. "What do we do?" Varga stared into the mist, rifle raised, jaw set hard. Her silence said everything. The clicking began again, slower this time, louder, rhythmic. A hunting call. They didn't run so much as flee. Captain Varga's voice cut through static, ragged with strain. "Fall back! Shuttle bay! Now!" The survivors, barely half of those who had entered the structure, stumbled through sulfur fog, boots hammering brittle crust, every breath hissing in helmets. The clicks followed, bouncing through the passages, a rhythm that never broke, never faltered. The predator pack did not strike again. Not yet. They drove the humans forward, herding them like prey. When the shuttle's running lights finally cut through the haze, relief swept the crew in a trembling wave. The airlock ramp lowered, hydraulics hissing. Varga shoved them forward. "Inside! Go!" They piled into the shuttle, suits scorched, rifles low on charge. The hatch slammed shut, sealing them off from the planet's poisonous air. For the first time since entering the structure, they could breathe, but not for long. The shuttle roared skyward, buffeted by sulfur winds. Lightning cracked across the haze, illuminating jagged silhouettes below. Structures, vents, the cathedral-like monolith shrinking beneath them. Dr. Hale leaned against the bulkhead, chest heaving, mind racing. His hands were still shaking, notebooks smeared with frantic notes. He could still hear the clicking. It lingered in his skull like an echo. The soldier beside him ripped off his helmet, gasping for fresh oxygen. His face was pale, lips trembling. "We made it," he muttered. "God help us, we made it." No one corrected him. The shuttle locked into the Vigilance Bay with a heavy clang, clamps sealed, pressure cycled. The inner doors slid open. The survivors staggered into the ship, lights glaring far too bright after the sulfur gloom. Crew who had remained aboard rushed forward, medics with scanners, engineers with questions. But Varga's expression stopped them cold. "Seal this bay," she ordered. Her voice was flat, brittle. "Nothing gets in or out until I say so." The engineers hesitated. "Captain." Now, reluctantly they obeyed, sealing the inner blast doors. In the debrief chamber, voices rose in argument. It was a species, multiple. They were coordinated. No, not intelligent, just instinct. "They tore us apart like toys. You saw what they did. They herded us. That wasn't instinct. That was tactics." The words blurred together, overlapping, sharp with fear. Varga slammed her hand against the table, silencing them. "We lost 14 people down there, another 4 injured. You think we can afford panic now?" Silence, breathing, the hum of the ship's engines. Then Hale spoke. His voice was low, steady in a way that chilled them more than shouting ever could. "They weren't surprised by us, not even curious. They were waiting. No one answered." That night cycle, the ship did not rest. The corridors felt too quiet, the air too sterile after the suffocating planet. Every sound was amplified, the hiss of vents, the whisper of footsteps, the distant thrum of reactors. The Vigilant was no longer humanity's beacon. The gleaming silver corridors had dimmed to rust red, emergency strobes pulsing like a failing heartbeat. Black resin crept across once pristine walls, veining through seams, dripping in strands that pulsed faintly with orange glow. The clean hum of engines was gone, replaced by the wet scrape of claws and the hiss of leaking atmosphere. What had once been a promise now felt like a tomb. The Vigilant was not a ship anymore. It was a hunting ground. The alarms triggered 10 minutes later. Hull sensors screamed warnings. Engineers reported unknown readings along the shuttle bay, then silence as comms cut. The lights dimmed, flickered, and died. And in the darkened halls of the Vigilant, the clicking began again. The alarms shrieked, then choked off mid-wail. The Vigilant's corridors drowned in red emergency pulses, lights flashing in jagged rhythm, shadows stuttering across the walls. The survivors stumbled from their quarters, faces pale in the glow, rifles raised though no target was in sight. Captain Varga's voice cracked over the failing comms. "They're on the ship." The words were enough. Enough to shatter the thin layer of discipline still clinging to the crew. Enough to confirm what every one of them had already felt in the marrow of their bones. The sulfur stench from the shuttle bay clung to their suits. The echo of claws still rang in their ears. And the sound came again now, faint, deliberate. Steel dragged against steel, somewhere above, then behind, then beside. To frightened ears, it wasn't one sound. It was many. They moved as a unit at first, training still clinging to instinct. Their boots thundered down the corridor, the hiss of oxygen mixing with static over failing radios. They swept the shuttle bay first. The docking clamps were twisted beyond recognition, metal corroded and pitted as though eaten by acid. One of the shuttle crew lay sprawled near the hatch, his helmet split down the center, oxygen hissing in a thin stream until the last of it bled away. His eyes were wide, frozen in terror, the skin around his mouth already blistered by trace exposure. The bay was silent otherwise, too silent. "Tracks," one soldier whispered. His lamp beam swept the bulkhead, catching gouges raked deep into the steel. The claw marks weren't linear. They curved, spiraled, jagged in ways no tool could mimic. The light followed them upward, where they vanished into the ceiling supports. "At least 3 paths," he muttered. Varga's jaw locked. "Spread out, hunt them down." No one questioned the order. They broke into squads, branching off into the ship's arteries, weapons trembling in their hands. Only Hale lingered at the edge of the bay. He crouched, notebook braced against his thigh, pen scratching feverishly even as his gloved hands shook. The words came jagged, letters overlapping. Not 3. 1. It moves too fast, makes echoes. He stared at the page until the lines blurred. He knew the others wouldn't believe him. They didn't want to. Believing there were many at least offered an illusion of reason, of fairness. One against one they could fight, but one against all of them, unstoppable, everywhere at once, that was madness. And yet the truth pressed down on him with suffocating weight. It wasn't a pack. It was worse. It was a single predator so perfectly adapted to its hunting ground that it could become a chorus. The hunt did not go as Varga commanded. Every squad swore the sound was with them. Clicks from the vents, claws in the ducts, breathing in the walls. Some fired wildly, bolts scorching ceilings, sparks raining down, filling the halls with the acrid stench of burnt composite. One squad reported movement in hydroponics. By the time backup arrived, the chamber was silent. The floor was slick with condensation, walls gouged, and in the center, a discarded rifle bent double. The soldier who had carried it was gone, helmet light lying in the puddles like a severed eye. Another squad pursued a shadow through maintenance. They cornered it near a sealed hatch, 3 rifles firing in unison. When the haze cleared, they found nothing but twisted piping. One turned to laugh nervously, and the claws tore him upward into the vents. Blood didn't spray. The wounds seared shut in an instant as if burned. His scream lingered long after his body vanished. Panic split the survivors. Some swore they were fighting a swarm. Others insisted they had seen only one. Varga refused to bend. Her voice crackled over comms, iron hard even through static. "Stay focused. Contain them. They bleed, and if they bleed, they die." But no one had seen it bleed, not once. The creature didn't attack with rage. It didn't rush. It stalked with precision, striking where they were weakest, then vanishing again. It knew their patterns. It learned their weapons. It used the Vigilant against them, cutting power to sections, venting atmosphere, sealing bulkheads to separate prey from safety. One by one, they disappeared. By the end of the first night cycle, half the survivors were gone. By the second, less than a quarter remained. By the third, Varga herself was taken. Hale had heard her last transmission over a failing channel. Keep fighting, then static, then a single ragged scream that cut short as something massive slammed into metal. After that, there was silence. Or felt human. The ship groaned with alien echoes. Resin-like filaments spread across bulkheads, glistening faintly in emergency light, seeping into seams, binding metal with a strange black sheen. The Vigilant was no longer theirs. Hale's mind fractured under the weight of it. He no longer kept count of the dead. Faces blurred into shadows. All that mattered was survival. His notebook filled with scrawled words he couldn't remember writing. One is enough. Hunts by sound. Adapts. Endless patience. Every step he took was followed by another, always behind him, always close enough to hear the scrape of claws. He stopped sleeping, afraid of the silence, afraid of closing his eyes and hearing the click again when he opened them. At last, the bridge loomed before him. His refuge. His trap. He staggered inside, sealing the hatch behind him, hands trembling as he pressed against the cold steel. His reflection stared back at him from the dead console screens, hollow-eyed, skeletal, a ghost of the man who had first set foot on this voyage. Behind him, claws scraped once across the hatch. Then silence. It was waiting. The FTL core was half compromised, corrosion seeping across its outer shell, warnings blaring, drive unsafe, ignition will destroy ship. Hale didn't care. He overrode every lockout, hands shaking but relentless. Power built, the air thickening with ozone, the ship groaning as space began to bend around it. The claws scraped again, closer, vibrating through the wall. Hale whispered into the stale air, voice breaking into sobs. Not today. Not today. And he slammed the drive online. The stars folded. The Vigilant screamed. Bulkheads tore. Atmosphere vented. The ship ripped free from its orbit, flung into the abyss, broken, burning, but alive. When the Vigilant finally limped into Sol space, it barely resembled a ship. Its hull was warped, plating melted and refused into grotesque ridges. Great trails of black corrosion marked its seams, as though something had seeped out from the inside. The beacon pulsed faintly, broadcasting its ID code, but no living voice answered. Rescue crews boarded cautiously, docking clamps hissing as they sealed. They came armed, armored, helmets sealed tight. No one trusted what might still lurk inside. The airlock cycled. Inside, the ship was a tomb. Corridors were scarred, lights flickering weakly, the walls veined with blackened resin. Every step crunched on fragments of brittle material. The smell, sulfur, metal, rot, clung to the filters of their suits. Movement, one of the rescuers muttered. His scanner pulsed faintly. They swept their lamps down the main corridor. At the far end, slumped against a bulkhead, sat a man in a torn uniform, Dr. Marcus Hale. He looked less alive than animated by sheer force of will. His body was skeletal, his skin blotched with burns and lesions. His hair hung in clumps, his eyes hollow and bloodshot. He clutched a notebook to his chest like a talisman, pages stiff and yellowed with chemical stains. The rescuers rushed forward, weapons ready, unsure if what they saw was truly human. Hale lifted his head slowly, as though the motion might break him. His voice came out raw, rasping, but still carrying enough force to freeze them where they stood. "We searched for life," he said, each word scraped from his throat like broken glass. "We found it. It hunts. It adapts." He coughed, black spittle running down his chin. His trembling fingers gripped the rescuer's arm, suit plates screeching under his grip. His eyes locked onto the visor in front of him, wide with the weight of a truth he could not allow them to ignore. "We thought there were many. There was only one." His grip tightened. The last of his strength poured into his final words, and one was enough. Hale collapsed, the notebook slipping from his hands, pages fluttering across the deck. The rescuers stood frozen in the pulsing red emergency light, the silence broken only by the faint echo still clinging to the ship's dead systems. A single, deliberate click. The forest was older than memory. Pines so tall they leaned toward heaven, their branches black against the sky, their trunks dense enough to swallow light. In winter, snow crusted their crowns until they gleamed like teeth. In summer, they exhaled resin and shadows. Travelers who wandered too far into these ridges rarely returned, and if they did, they spoke little of what they'd seen. It was into this silence that 5-year-old Sarah Whitfield vanished. She and her mother Evelyn lived in the city, an apartment above a laundromat where the constant hum of machines mixed with traffic below. Life was noisy, hurried, and strangely safe in its anonymity. Evelyn was careful, protective, the kind of mother who never let her daughter out of sight in crowds. But evil doesn't always come from the shadows. Sometimes it walks right through fluorescent light. On a gray Saturday morning, Evelyn took Sarah to Harrington's Market, a cavernous grocery with aisles that seemed to stretch forever. Sarah clutched her mother's hand as they passed towers of cereal boxes and bins of apples. She was small, bright-eyed, and full of chatter, always asking for candy. "Can we get gummy worms this time?" she begged. "After we pay," Evelyn said, wrestling a sack of flour from the bottom shelf. The bag was heavier than expected. She hoisted it into the cart, turned back, and Sarah was gone. At first, she thought her daughter had darted to the next aisle. "Sarah?" she called, voice light, no answer. She hurried forward, checked the end cap, the candy aisle, the bakery. Still no Sarah. Her voice grew sharp. "Sarah!" Heads turned. Evelyn's chest clamped as she sprinted to the restroom, then the checkout lanes. A clerk pointed toward the rear exit, which stood ajar, a crate propping it open. Evelyn burst through into the alley, empty pavement, the faint smell of exhaust. Witnesses would later recall a man in plain clothes, cap pulled low, guiding a little girl into a waiting van. It had looked like a father hurrying his child. By the time security checked cameras, the van had disappeared into the maze of city streets. Evelyn's screams echoed off concrete walls. The days blurred into nightmare. Police flooded the market, questioning shoppers. News anchors repeated Sarah's description. 5 years old, brown hair, green eyes, wearing a yellow raincoat. Posters with her school photo were stapled to poles, pasted in subway stations, taped in laundromats. Evelyn haunted the precinct. Every night she demanded updates, her eyes red from sleeplessness. She returned home only to sit in Sarah's room, where drawings still hung on the walls, bright suns, stick-figure families holding hands. She clutched Sarah's stuffed rabbit to her chest until her body shook. The city kept moving. Traffic roared, trains screeched, neon signs blinked. But for Evelyn, time stopped. Every crowd was a blur of strangers hiding the face she longed to see. Every ringing phone was a chance at ransom or closure or hope. None were. Weeks stretched into months. The posters yellowed in the rain. Detectives grew tight-lipped. Neighbors stopped knocking with casseroles. Evelyn was left with silence inside a city that never truly slept. But Sarah was alive, far from the lights of Harrington's Market, already swallowed by the pines. The van drove for hours, leaving the city behind. Streets narrowed to roads, roads to dirt tracks. Towering pines closed in, blotting out the sun. At last, the vehicle stopped in a clearing where cabins circled a crude wooden chapel. A gaunt man with white hair and eyes like cold water stepped forward. He called himself Elias, the shepherd of the pines. He told Sarah she had been chosen, plucked from a world of corruption. He said her mother had let her go, that her old life was gone. Sarah screamed until her throat broke. She begged for her mother, cried herself to sleep on a straw pallet. No one listened. Days became weeks. The children woke at dawn to the clang of the chapel bell. They knelt on rough planks until their knees ached, then worked, hauling logs, milking goats, preserving food for the endless winters. Questions were punished. Disobedience meant days without food or nights locked in the reflection cell, a root cellar so dark it swallowed your hands. Sarah learned silence. She learned obedience. Children adapt. They have no choice. But she never forgot the city lights, or the neon glow outside her apartment window, or the hum of buses rattling past. By the time she was 10, Sarah had learned how to hide her tears. The other children, too, wore blank faces, careful not to show softness where Elias's eyes could find it. They learned to work hard and silently, to keep their heads bowed, to believe what they were told. But childhood has a stubborn way of clinging, even in darkness. Sometimes, when chores were done and the sun dipped behind the tree line, the children would slip away to a hollow behind the goat pens. There they whispered secret games. They drew crooked hopscotch grids in the dirt with sticks, though none of them remembered the rules exactly. They told half-remembered stories of cartoons, of neon lights, of fast food restaurants they had glimpsed before being taken. Sarah once mentioned elevators, and the others laughed like she'd invented the word. At night, the rituals grew stranger. The cult believed the forest was alive, that the pines themselves listened. Elias would order the children to lie flat on the ground, staring into the sky, and repeat phrases until their throats ached. Sometimes he made them stand barefoot in snow until their lips turned blue, teaching them that pain was purification. Other nights, they circled fires while Elias spoke in a voice both mesmerizing and hollow, telling them that outside the trees, the cities were burning with corruption. Sarah listened, but pieces of memory slipped in. The hum of traffic through her bedroom window, the flicker of neon outside their apartment, her mother's laugh as they folded laundry together on the couch. None of it matched Elias's tales of ruin. And though she buried those thoughts deep, they rooted quietly in her heart. As she grew older, her questions sharpened. Why did the elders eat more meat than the children? Why did Elias preach purity while choosing young brides for himself and his closest men? Once, when she asked, she was dragged into the reflection cell. Alone in the dark, she pressed her palms to the dirt and thought of her mother, and she promised herself never to ask again, at least not out loud. Her hands hardened with calluses from splitting wood. Her shoulders grew strong carrying water buckets from the creek. She learned to move silently, to make herself small. By 16, Sarah was adept at fading into the background, a shadow in plain sight. But inside, a flicker remained. When Sarah turned 18, she was prepared for the ceiling. Every girl was. Elias had chosen her husband, a farmer with a salt and pepper beard and eyes flat as stone. The night of the ceremony, Sarah wore white linen. The congregation sang their broken hymn. Elias laid his hand on her head, and then it hit her. Not the memory of candy jars or city streets, but the smell of her mother's embrace on stormy nights. The warmth of Evelyn's arms wrapped around her in their small apartment when thunder rattled the windows. The faint scent of soap and detergent from the laundromat below, her mother's voice whispering reassurance. It's only thunder. I'm here. The memory burned through her like lightning. It was not a dream. It was real. Her mother had not abandoned her. She had been loved. Suddenly the chapel wasn't sacred, just crude timber. Elias wasn't divine, only a cruel old man. The congregation weren't saints, only prisoners. Sarah's heart thundered louder than the storm she remembered. For the first time in 13 years, she knew the truth. She had been stolen. Realization was not freedom. Escape was nearly impossible. Guards patrolled the dirt road. Dogs prowled at night. The forest stretched endless, and those who tried to flee were dragged back bloodied, locked for weeks in the cellar. So Sarah waited. At first, she measured her days in heartbeats. Every hour was a test of patience, a grinding march of work and ritual. She forced her face into the same dull mask as the others, whispering prayers she no longer believed, bowing her head when Elias passed, her heart a drum she prayed no one else could hear. By night, she schemed. In the darkness of her pallet, she pressed crumbs of bread into a rag and tucked them beneath a loose plank. She sharpened a broken spoon against stone until its edge bit her finger. She taught herself to read the language of the guards, the lazy one who left his post early to drink, the one whose cough gave away his position in the trees, the way the dogs' barking changed when they were fed scraps too late. The reflection cell haunted her. Each time Elias passed judgment on another child, locking them in that root-choked dark, Sarah's stomach twisted. Some emerged silent and hollow-eyed. Others spoke of whispers that weren't their own, voices that urged them to kneel deeper, obey harder. Sarah didn't know if the voices were real or born of terror, but she feared both possibilities. Dreams came to her in fragments, her mother's arms around her during storms, the neon sign that blinked outside their apartment window, and sometimes Elias's face would intrude, bending low to whisper, "Run if you like. The pines will take you back. They always do." She woke with her throat raw from silent screams. Weeks passed, then months. Seasons turned, the same way Elias promised that obedience turned children into saints. Snow blanketed the cabins, melted into mud, bloomed into spring. Sarah carried her secret resolve like a second heartbeat, hidden but insistent. She drew maps in the dirt with her toe, then scuffed them away before dawn. She scratched a compass rose into the underside of her bunk with a nail, whispering its directions to herself each night until it became a prayer stronger than Elias's sermons. She grew close to the younger children, comforting them with half-remembered stories of the city. Elevators that climbed like magic, candy that came in bags bigger than your fist. She spoke of these things softly, as if telling fairy tales, but each word was a seed. She wanted them to know there was another world, even if she never made it out to see it again. The waiting carved her thin, but it also sharpened her. Her silence became armor, her smallness a cloak. By the time nearly a year had passed, Sarah no longer looked like prey. She looked like someone who had learned how to vanish in plain sight. And that invisibility was the sharpest tool she had. It was nearly a year after her sealing when chance came. A storm tore across the mountains, lashing rain and wind. Guards huddled in shelters, dogs chained, visibility poor. Sarah's heart hammered as she slipped from her cabin, clutching her pack. This was it, the moment she had waited months for. She ran. The forest tore at her, branches clawing her skin, mud sucked at her boots. Behind her, the bell tolled, her absence discovered. Voices shouted, dogs bayed. She stumbled through undergrowth, slid down ravines, waded creeks swollen with storm water. Once a dog lunged, jaws snapping, but she struck it with a branch and fled. All night she pressed forward, compass trembling in her hand. Her body begged for rest, but fear drove her on. At dawn she saw it, smoke rising in the distance, thick and steady. Chimneys, not campfires. Civilization. She stumbled into Ashford, a logging town of 1,500 souls. Its main street was lined with clapboard houses, trucks coated in pine dust, the scent of sawmills sharp in the air. The saws shrieked in the distance, the sounds strange and mechanical after years of nothing but wind and chanting voices. At first, no one moved toward her. People paused on porches, cigarettes dangling, groceries clutched halfway to cars. A child pointed at her from the bed of a truck before his mother snatched his hand down. Sarah must have looked like a ghost, thin, pale, clothes stitched by hand. Mud streaked her face, her hair matted to her cheeks. She tried to speak, but the words rasped, breaking into fragments. "Help, please, they'll come." A silence fell over the street. Then kindness surged forward, hesitant but human. An older woman in a wool cardigan approached, her hands out as if calming a frightened animal. She draped her coat around Sarah's shoulders, muttering, "Lord above, child." Her touch was warm, almost unbearably so after years of cold hands and colder words. A logger brought a thermos from his truck, pressing steaming coffee into Sarah's hands. The bitter heat burned her tongue, but she clung to the cup like an anchor. Tears stung her eyes, not from the pain, but from the realization that this was something freely given, without demand, without Elias's voice hovering above it. The murmurs started quickly. Where'd she come from? She looks half dead. Out of the pines, maybe. Someone whispered Elias's name, as if the cult were an open secret. The kind of thing everyone knew but never spoke about above a hush. Heads turned toward the tree line even as they stared at Sarah, half expecting others to emerge from the woods behind her. The deputy met her at the edge of Main Street. His uniform was neat, but his eyes carried doubt. He guided her into the small sheriff's office, its linoleum floor gleaming under fluorescent lights. Sarah blinked against the brightness. It was so sharp it hurt, as if the room itself were a dream. She sat on a hard chair, her coat still clutched tight. The deputy asked questions, his voice careful, almost patronizing. Where had she come from? What was her name? Did she have family? Her answers tumbled out haltingly. Her name, the cabins, the chapel, the reflection cell, the dogs, the smell of pine pitch and smoke. She drew shaky sketches of the compound with the stub of a pencil he gave her. At first, he thought she was delusional. Another drifter spun out by isolation. But then Sarah rolled back her sleeves. The deputy stared at the scars on her wrists, the thin rope burns that never healed. She flinched violently when the church bell across town rang the noon hour, her whole body folding in on itself. The deputy's skepticism cracked. He stepped into the hallway, speaking in low tones to his secretary. The phone began to ring. Word spread faster than Sarah could breathe. She heard the mutter of voices outside the office window, footsteps gathering, the uneasy hum of a small town suddenly realizing a nightmare had walked out of the woods and into their midst. Sarah sat very still, steam curling from the forgotten coffee in her lap, watching the fluorescent lights buzz overhead. She was in the world again, but it felt fragile, as if it might dissolve at any second and leave her back in the pines. Within days, black SUVs rolled up the logging roads, helicopters beat overhead. The FBI spread maps across Ashford's diner tables, radios crackling with coordination. Sarah's sketches guided them. Her trembling hands drew every cabin, every guard post. When the raid began, Sarah stood on a ridge and watched. Armored vehicles rumbled into the clearing. Floodlights split the night. The Colt bell clanged, but its alarm was drowned by engines. Gunfire cracked. Shouts rang out. Then silence. When agents emerged, they carried children, thin, blinking, clutching strangers' hands. Sarah wept as she saw their faces, kids she had promised not to abandon. The newspapers called it the Pines Rescue. Reporters crowded sidewalks. Politicians made speeches about vigilance. But for Sarah, the triumph was quieter. Back in the city, she sat in a precinct lobby while rescued children ate sandwiches under buzzing fluorescent lights. She imagined the moment the doors would open and Evelyn would rush in, arms outstretched, tears falling. She pictured the embrace she had carried in her heart for 13 years, thunder and soap and warmth returning to her at last. But Evelyn did not come. When the reporters drifted away, when the FBI packed up their maps and trucks, Sarah was left with silence. Freedom was a vast, dizzying thing. The city's roar, the glitter of lights at night, the simple abundance of food on every corner. She should have felt whole, but there was a hole in her heart that none of it filled. Her first thought, always, was her mother, Evelyn. She had dreamed of her for 13 years, heard her voice in thunder, carried the scent of her hair like a secret talisman. Now she told herself she would find her again. She would go back to that apartment above the laundromat, or wherever her mother lived now, and they would hold each other the way they were meant to. Sarah asked the caseworkers. She gave them Evelyn's name, her old address. She begged them for news. At first they hesitated. Then a man from the victim support unit sat across from her, his hands folded tightly. His eyes told her the truth before his lips could. Evelyn had lived for years with a singular devotion, searching, waiting, pleading with police who had long since moved on. Every anniversary of Sarah's disappearance, she lit candles, stapled new flyers even when the paper curled yellow, spoke her daughter's name to anyone who would listen. On the 10th anniversary, the silence finally became too heavy. Evelyn had taken her own life, leaving no note, only a photograph of Sarah propped on her nightstand. Sarah listened without breathing. The city outside the window blared with horns and sirens, but inside she felt nothing but a terrible stillness. The reunion she had clung to in dreams was gone. The arms she remembered in thunderstorms would never hold her again. But Evelyn's love had carried her through the dark, even beyond death. That love had been real, unshaken, unbroken, and now it lived in Sarah. Sarah stood one evening on the roof of the halfway home where she was staying. The skyline glittered, neon lights buzzing the way she remembered from childhood. She closed her eyes and breathed in the scent of rain on hot concrete, soap drifting from the laundromat below. She whispered into the night, "I made it, Mama. I'm here. I'll live the life you wanted for me, and I'll never stop carrying you." The wind stirred her hair, and somewhere far behind her, the mountains lay shrouded in shadow. But Sarah did not look back. She had survived. She had freed the children, and though her mother was gone, her love remained. He thought he'd landed in Singapore, but the city was only wearing a mask, and behind that mask, something was waiting for him, a child with a torch. James Ruddock pressed his forehead against the window as the plane began its descent. Beneath him, Singapore glittered in the humid night, a sprawl of neon arteries and faintly glowing haze. He had dreamed of this moment for weeks. New job, new country, a clean slate after years of feeling suffocated in England. He closed his eyes, breathing in the recycled air, trying to steady himself. This is it, a chance to start over. The captain's voice crackled over the intercom. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are making our final approach into Singapore Changi Airport. Local time is 7:45 p.m. Weather is clear." James fastened his seatbelt. Around him, passengers shuffled with warily, heads bent over phones or half-read magazines. Everything was ordinary. Then the light came. It wasn't lightning. It wasn't anything natural. A white-hot brilliance swallowed the cabin, erasing faces, shapes, even sound. James cried out, blinded, his body seizing against the seatbelt. For a heartbeat, or maybe an eternity, there was nothing but whiteness. And then, as suddenly as it came, the light was gone. The plane dipped, wheels screeching against the tarmac. The cabin jolted with landing as though nothing had happened. James blinked furiously, his eyes watering. Had no one else seen it? He followed the line of passengers into the arrival hall. Changi Airport looked wrong. It had all the right elements: marble floors polished to a gleam, indoor gardens blooming with orchids. But everything seemed slightly off, as though built from memory rather than reality. The orchids pulsed faintly, like breathing lungs. The glass walls rippled as though underwater. Most disturbing of all were the people. They walked in orderly lines, pulling suitcases, chatting softly, but their movements were stiff, repetitive, like mannequins wound on invisible springs. A man in a business suit laughed, the sound too perfect, and then repeated the exact laugh 2 steps later, identical in every pitch and cadence. James slowed, heart hammering. No one else sees this? A stewardess at the gate gave him a smile that didn't move her eyes. Her lips stretched too wide, almost tearing. "Welcome to Singapore, Mr. Ruddock," she said. He had never told her his name. The city outside was worse. Taxi drivers waited at the curb, their faces shadowed, their smiles frozen. The skyline glowed a deep, feverish red, neon signs bleeding into the smog. James took a cab. The driver said nothing, only drove, eyes fixed forward, hands gripping the wheel as if nailed there. Out the window, the city warped. MRT stations appeared twice, then vanished. Streets curved back on themselves. Hawker stalls steamed with food that writhed faintly on the plates. Cats prowled the alleys with human eyes, watching. James pressed a hand to the glass, whispering, "What the hell is happening?" The driver did not answer. He stumbled into his assigned apartment, a bland unit in an anonymous high-rise, and locked the door. The silence inside was worse. The refrigerator hummed in a low, pulsing rhythm, almost like breathing. The wallpaper seemed to shift when he wasn't looking directly at it. James sat on the couch, clutching his head. He told himself it was exhaustion. Jet lag. A trick of the light. But then he saw it again. Across the street, a window flared with blinding brilliance, the same searing white as on the plane. For an instant, he thought he saw a silhouette, a child holding a torch, its beam impossibly strong. The light blinked out. James was left alone in the silence, his chest heaving. He knew then with cold certainty, he had not arrived in Singapore. Not really. Something else had taken him, something that wore the city like a mask. He barely slept. Every time he closed his eyes, the memory of that blinding flash returned. Pure white swallowing the plane, burning through skin and bone, leaving him hollow. When he finally drifted off, he dreamed of corridors that bent back on themselves, lined with doors that breathed. At dawn, or what passed for dawn in this place, he rose and stared out at the city. The sky was a dull gray, neither day nor night. The skyline beyond was fractured. Skyscrapers leaning at impossible angles, some half dissolved into mist. Yet below, traffic flowed smoothly. Hundreds of commuters walked in precise lines, none looking up, none breaking step. James whispered, "This isn't real," but it felt real. The air was hot and sticky against his skin, thick with the scent of diesel and rain. He forced himself into the streets. If this was madness, then he had to walk through it. If it was real, he had to find a way back. The first stop was the MRT. The entrance yawned wide, fluorescent lights buzzing faintly overhead. He descended into the station and stopped. On the opposite platform stood dozens of people waiting for a train. Each of them was identical, same suit, same briefcase. Their faces were blank, as if painted on. The train shrieked into the station, its windows black. The doors hissed open. The passengers stepped on in unison, movements synchronized. Not one glanced at James. The doors closed. The train departed without a sound. The opposite platform was empty. James staggered back up the stairs, bile rising in his throat. The city bled into itself as he walked. He found himself on Orchard Road, then blinked, and he was in Little India. He turned a corner and was suddenly at Marina Bay, skyscrapers looming overhead. The streets folded like paper, rearranging themselves each time he looked away. Hawker stalls steamed with food, but the dishes writhed. A bowl of noodles squirmed as if alive. A roasted chicken flexed its claws when James passed. He fled, clutching his stomach. In an alley, cats sat rows, dozens of them, staring with eyes that glowed faintly green. Their gaze followed him as he stumbled past. One opened its mouth and whispered in a child's voice, Go back." James ran. By evening, he was shaking, sweat dripping down his spine. He collapsed on a bench outside a shopping mall, clutching his head. People flowed around him, endless rivers of mannequins in business suits and dresses. None looked at him. None acknowledged him, until one did. A woman stopped in front of him. She was young, pale-haired, clutching a camera bag against her side. Her eyes were wide, frantic, human. "You see it too," she whispered. James blinked. His throat was dry. "The wrongness?" She nodded sharply, relief flooding her face. "Thank God, I thought I was alone." Her name was Anya, a backpacker from Russia. She told him her story in a rush. A flight into Singapore, the blinding light, waking in a warped city where no one else seemed aware. "I asked them questions," she said, voice shaking. "They only smiled at me, or stopped moving, just froze, like dolls with their strings cut." James felt a wave of sick relief. He wasn't mad, or at least, if he wasn't alone. They sat in silence, the mall lights flickering above. Somewhere deep in the building, a loudspeaker droned in a language James couldn't recognize. Too fast, too many syllables, words that twisted as they echoed. The sound made his teeth ache. As they left the mall together, James saw it again. Across the atrium by the escalator, a figure stood watching them. A child. Small, its face obscured by the beam of a torch. The light was impossibly bright, stabbing through the haze. The child tilted its head. The light blinked out. When James looked again, the escalator was empty. Anya grabbed his arm. Her hand was ice cold. "You saw that, didn't you?" James swallowed. "Yes." That night, James and Anya sheltered in a half-abandoned food court. The neon sign above flickered irregularly, casting everything in sickly green. They huddled against the wall, too afraid to sleep. The city hummed around them. Somewhere outside, rain fell, whispering secrets neither of them wanted to hear. James thought of England, of his old life, of how ordinary things had once seemed. And he realized he might never see it again. The food court smelled of mildew and stale grease. Somewhere in the dark, a fan clicked endlessly, its blades never moving. James sat with his back to the wall, knees drawn up, watching the entrance. Anya had finally dozed off, her head resting on her camera bag. Her face looked fragile in the buzzing green light, lips twitching faintly as though she dreamed of unpleasant things. James couldn't sleep. Every sound seemed amplified. The dripping of a pipe, the far-off shuffle of unseen feet, the faint electrical hum that seemed to vibrate in his bones. He thought of the figure on the escalator, the child, the way the light had cut through the shadows, searching. He hadn't seen a face. Maybe there wasn't one. When the first shouts came, James thought he was dreaming. A voice, thin but insistent, echoed from the far side of the food court. "Over here!" James jerked upright. Anya stirred, blinking. The voice came again. "This way, quickly." They followed the sound through a service corridor littered with broken trays and overturned chairs. The air was damp and smelled faintly of rust. In a side passage, they found him, an old man on a bench, as though he had been waiting for them all along. His shirt was rumpled, his walking stick leaned against his knee. His eyes, however, were sharp, alert. When he saw them, he smiled. Not the mannequin smile James had grown to fear, but tired, human, genuine. "I was wondering how long it would take you," the man said. His voice was low, gravelly, but steady. James froze. Who are you?" The old man inclined his head. "Tan. Just Tan. I've been here a long time." Mr. Tan led them back through the corridors, his stick tapping rhythmically on the tiles. "I was a teacher once," he said conversationally, as though they weren't wading through nightmare. "Civics, literature, that was years ago. Here, time doesn't keep straight lines." "How long?" Anya asked. Her voice trembled despite her best efforts. Mr. Tan smiled sadly. "Long enough to forget how old I should be. Long enough to know the rules." James's stomach nodded. "Rules?" Tan stopped, resting on his stick. His eyes grew grave. "This place is a reflection. Not Singapore, not exactly. A skin stretched over something else. The light opens the door. If you saw it, then you were caught, pulled through." "The torch," James whispered. Tan nodded once. "Yes, the child, the torch-bearer. It hunts the ones who don't belong." That night, they camped together in what had once been a bookstore. The shelves were warped, the books swollen with damp. Some of the pages whispered faintly when touched, voices too low to make out. They took turns keeping watch. During his shift, James asked, "Is there a way back?" Tan didn't answer immediately. His eyes were fixed on the window, where faint lights drifted like lanterns in the distance. At last he said, "There is always a way, but it is not free. You must give something to leave. Most who try never find their way out." He looked directly at James, and his voice dropped lower. "Ask yourself if you want to go back at all. Once you've seen behind the skin of the world, can you really return to ignorance?" James shivered. The next day, Tan showed them more of the city's traps. They saw an escalator that rose endlessly into blackness, carrying mannequins upward, their faces blank. None returned. They walked through rain that whispered their sins. Anya wept silently, covering her ears as voices from her childhood hissed through the drops. James heard his ex-wife's voice, sharp and bitter, accusing him of every failure. "Don't listen," Tan warned. "That is how it feeds." At a junction, they passed a bus stop. A crowd of mannequin people boarded an empty bus. As the doors closed, James saw there was no driver. Only rows of passengers, mouths open in identical grins, staring straight ahead. The bus pulled away silently, its wheels never touching the ground. That night, as they huddled in the ruins of an old cinema, James dreamed of the torchbearer again. He stood on the plane alone. The other passengers were frozen mid-breath, faces turned blank. The child stood at the far end of the aisle, its torch burning brighter than any sun. James tried to move, but his limbs were heavy. The child lifted the torch, and light swallowed everything. When he woke, Anya was shaking him. "You were screaming," she whispered. James lay trembling, sweat soaking his shirt. Outside, in the endless twilight, a single light flickered on the horizon, blinking in irregular rhythm, like a beacon calling to them. Tan's face was grim. "Don't look at it. Don't ever follow the lights." The beacon on the horizon pulsed through the night like a heartbeat. James couldn't stop staring. It blinked irregularly, sometimes quick, sometimes slow, but always too bright, too sharp. Every time it flared, he felt it burning behind his eyelids. Anya sat across from him in the ruins of the cinema, her face drawn. "It looks like a signal," she whispered. "Maybe it's others, survivors." "No," Mr. Tan's voice was firm, even angry. "That is how it calls you. It takes your shape, your memories, uses them to lure you closer. If you follow, you do not return." But the light kept pulsing, and with every beat, James felt something inside him loosening, like a hook tugging at the base of his skull. They moved again the next morning, Tan insisting they stay ahead of the sweepers, though he never explained what those were. The city folded in on itself as usual, streets leading nowhere, buildings repeating, malls that seemed to grow like tumors from one another. James grew weaker each day. His skin felt stretched thin, like parchment. His reflection, when he caught it in broken glass, seemed blurred at the edges, as though he were fading. That evening, as they rested in an underground walkway, Anya suddenly stiffened. "Do you hear that?" she asked. James strained. At first he heard nothing. Then, faintly, the sound of a child laughing, high and shrill, echoing through the tunnel. Anya rose, clutching her camera bag. "It's coming from over there." Tan grabbed her wrist sharply. "No, don't." But already James saw it. At the far end of the tunnel, a small figure holding a torch. The beam cut through the gloom, dazzling. The child tilted its head. The light flared. Anya tore free from Tan's grip. "It's my brother," she cried. "I see him! He's calling me!" James lunged for her. "Anya, no!" But she was already running, her footsteps echoing. The light engulfed her. When it faded, the tunnel was empty. Silence stretched, heavy as stone. James stood shaking, his hands still outstretched. His stomach twisted with guilt, horror, grief. Tan placed a hand on his shoulder, his face grim. It was never her brother. It was the torchbearer. It finds what you love most and wears it like a mask. That's how it feeds. James staggered back against the wall, bile rising in his throat. "We should have stopped her." "You cannot stop the willing," Tan said quietly. "She chose." That night, the torch returned. James woke to find the light flooding through the broken cinema doors. The child stood there, torch raised, face hidden in brilliance. But this time it wasn't alone. Behind it moved shapes, faceless figures, skin like wax, walking in perfect synchronization. Their heads twitched in unison, tracking him. Tan rose, gripping his stick like a weapon. "Run," he told James. "What about you?" Tan's expression was unreadable. "I've been here too long. Maybe this is my time." Before James could protest, Tan limped toward the light. The child tilted its head, torch flaring. The figures turned to him. "Go," Tan roared. His voice cracked, but his eyes burned with defiance. James hesitated one last second, then ran, heart hammering, the sound of Tan's stick echoing behind him, followed by silence. He didn't stop running until his lungs felt torn. He stumbled into a deserted terminal, collapsing against a row of seats. His chest heaved, his vision blurred. He was alone. Anya was gone. Tan was gone. Only James remained, trembling in the skeletal airport. Above him, the intercom crackled. A child's voice whispered through the static, "You cannot hide, you are mine." The lights flickered, each bulb flaring into a tiny torch. James pressed his palms over his ears, curling in on himself. He wanted to vanish, to peel his skin away and escape. But in his heart, he knew. The only way out was back where it began. Back to the plane. James wandered for what felt like days. The city twisted tighter, folding inward like a clenched fist. Roads dead-ended into walls of glass. Buildings leaned, groaning, their windows like watching eyes. The sky never changed. Gray twilight pressed down, heavy and suffocating. He walked until his feet bled, until every step was a prayer. And then, without warning, he saw it. The airport. It rose from the mist exactly as it had when he arrived. Polished marble, towering glass, orchids blooming too brightly. Only now it looked emptier. The mannequins moved slower, their faces sagging as though their masks were slipping. James knew, with a certainty that made his bones ache, that this was his last chance. Inside, the terminal was silent. The flight information boards flickered, letters bleeding into shapes that weren't words. Gates stretched in endless rows. And at the far end, he saw it, the plane, his plane. Through the glass wall, it sat waiting on the tarmac. Passengers filed aboard in neat, endless lines. James's chest tightened. His heart screamed, "That's the way back." He forced himself forward, every step heavier than the last. As he reached the gate, he froze. There, standing in the jet bridge, was the child, torch in hand, beam blazing white. The figure did not move. It only tilted its head as though curious. The torchlight flared and James saw faces in it. Anya's, pale and pleading, Mr. Tan's, lined and weary, a dozen others, people he didn't know, all of them mouthing the same word, "Stay." James clenched his fists. "No." His voice was hoarse, raw. "I'm going back." The light flared, swallowing the gate. James ran through it. He was back on the plane. Passengers stirred around him, fastening seatbelts, checking phones. The cabin lights glowed softly. The engines whined as they taxied. The captain's voice came over the intercom. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Singapore. Local time is 7:45 p.m. We hope you enjoyed your flight." James sat frozen, drenched in sweat. His hands shook violently against the armrests. Had it been a dream? He turned. The man beside him yawned, scrolling through his phone as if nothing had happened. A child laughed 2 rows back. James flinched, whipping around. It was just a boy shining a small torch against the ceiling. The beam flickered, white hot. James's blood ran cold. Hours later, they found him. He was raving, shouting about the wrong city and the child with the torch. Airport staff held him down until security arrived. Doctors called it acute psychosis, likely stress-induced. He was sedated, shipped back to England, committed. In the institution, James sat in his padded room, whispering to himself. No one believed him. How could they? No time had passed. To everyone else, it had been a normal flight. The psychiatrists smiled their patient smiles, making notes as he insisted he had lived days, weeks in another place, a reflection of Singapore, a city wearing its own skin inside out. He told them about Anya, about Mr. Tan, about the torch. They nodded. They wrote. They left. That night, James lay in the dark, the hum of lights above his cell buzzing in his ears. Sleep came slowly, uneasy, shallow. He woke to a sound, a scrape, a shuffle. Light seeped under the door, thin, white, possibly bright. A child's voice whispered, soft as breath. "You never left." The torch clicked on, the cell dissolved into white. They say if you move into Widow's Hollow, you don't live alone for long, because once she chooses you, there's no leaving. Michael Lane was 44, and the end of his marriage had come like a blade. He had come home early one evening with takeout and a bottle of wine, hoping to mend what had broken. The lights upstairs glowed softly. He padded down the hall, rehearsing what he might say, how he might make her laugh. Instead, when he opened the bedroom door, He found his wife entangled in sheets with another man. The stranger didn't scramble or hide. He looked straight at Michael and smirked, a small, curling grin that carried no shame. A grin that said, "I've taken what's yours, and you can do nothing about it." Michael dropped the bag. The wine bottle rolled across the floor and clinked against the wall. His wife gasped, but Michael didn't shout, didn't fight. He turned and walked out. He never returned to that house again. Months later, he drove into the Appalachian Mountains with what was left of his savings. He had bought a cabin tucked into a forgotten hollow. It leaned to one side, its porch sagging into moss, its boards weathered gray. Still, it was his. At the gas station, when he told the clerk where he was moving, the man's eyes narrowed. "You're setting up down in Widow's Hollow?" Michael nodded. The man spat tobacco into a cup. "That place don't stay empty long. The widow don't like being lonely." Michael brushed it off as folklore, superstition. He wanted quiet, and the hollow gave it. Crickets stitched the dark together, owls called from the ridges, and the wind moved the pines like a tide. For the first time in months, Michael thought he might breathe again. But the silence there was heavy. It didn't comfort. It waited. On his third night, Michael woke to scratching on the wall. Not the frantic scrabble of an animal, but slower, deliberate strokes, as if fingernails tested the wood. He lay stiff in the dark until the sound stopped. By morning, he convinced himself it had been raccoons. That afternoon, while splitting logs, he saw her. A hunched figure at the tree line, draped in rags, hair tangled like ropes, skin gray as curdled milk. She didn't move. She only stared. When he shouted, she slipped back into the shadows. From then on, unease gathered in the corners of his days. One evening, as the fire dwindled, he heard whispers through the walls, his name stretched long and low. "Come outside, Michael. Come to me." He searched the yard with a lantern, but nothing moved except the wind. Another morning, he froze in the kitchen. On the table lay a wedding photo, one he was certain he had burned. His wife's smile remained untouched, but his own face had been gouged into a blur. He began to sleep fitfully. One night, as he rose for water, he caught her reflection in the window, hollow eyes, lips curling upward in that same merciless smirk. When he spun around, the porch was empty. The next evening, a bundle of sticks tied with twine sat neatly on his porch. Inside was a knot of tangled cords, the kind old mountain folk called a witch knot, a charm that marked a chosen victim, and with it, a scrap of pale fabric that reminded him of his ex-wife's nightgown. He shoved it into the stove. The smoke rose black and stank of rot. When he lay in bed afterward, the smirk came back. The man's, the hag's, blurred into one. He pressed his hands over his ears, but laughter still curled through the cabin walls. By the second week, she no longer lingered at the edges. She came closer. One night he woke to sounds that should have been impossible. The creak of bed springs, breathless laughter, the cadence of betrayal. His wife's voice, the man's low chuckle. The hollow itself seemed to replay the moment that had broken him until he screamed for silence. Another night, the mattress dipped beside him. He smelled perfume, sweat. For one weak second, he wanted to believe she had come back. He turned, tears in his eyes, and saw the hag's face inches from his own. Her grin stretched too wide. It was the same grin that had gutted him, borrowed and worn like a mask. Another night still, his reflection betrayed him. In the darkened glass, he saw her hand resting on his shoulder. She leaned close, her mouth twisted into triumph. And then she whispered directly in his ear, "She left you because you were weak, but I won't. I'll never leave." The words cut like knives, but settled like balm. For the first time since the divorce, something wanted him. That night, he packed a bag and reached for his keys. He could still flee, still salvage himself. But when he opened the door, she was waiting in the yard. Not rushing, not threatening, just smiling, patient, certain. Michael dropped the keys. The last night came without warning. The cabin shuddered as if gripped by a storm. Windows rattled. The stove roared with flames that clawed too high. The hag stepped through the door, bent and skeletal. Her eyes were pits of shadow. Her voice rasped like broken glass. "You're mine now. Stay. No one else ever will." Michael collapsed to his knees. "I just want it to stop," he sobbed. "I just want someone to stay." Her hand, cold and leathery, cupped his cheek. Her mouth stretched into the smirk, the one that had haunted him, destroyed him, defined him. But now it looked different. It looked like belonging. Michael leaned into her touch. When her arms, brittle and bone-thin, folded around him, he did not resist. Days later, hunters passed through Widow's Hollow. They found the cabin door open. Inside was silence, heavy as earth. No clothes, no dishes, no trace of a man's life. Only a photograph above the fireplace. Michael Lane stood in it, smiling faintly. Not the strained smile of a man pretending, but something softer, almost relieved. Beside him stood the hag, her bony hand on his arm, her mouth stretched into that impossible grin. The hunters whispered as they left. They knew her name. Widow of the Hollow, they said. She don't let go once she's chosen you. And they still tell it as a warning, not Michael's name. They don't speak names once the widow has claimed someone. But the tale travels along front porches and campfires. They say she was a wife once, before the war starved towns and split families. Her husband ran off with another woman, left her to waste away. She died alone, and her fury seeped into the hollow, shaping her into something else. Some call her a boo hag, some a witch wife, some just the widow. Whatever she is, she waits for the lonely. She waits for the ones who carry betrayal like a brand. And once she lays her hand on you, there is no leaving. The hunters who saw that photograph won't go near the hollow again. Others cross themselves when they pass, or toss salt, or mutter a prayer. It doesn't matter. She still watches. If you go quiet there, you might hear her scratching at the walls or whispering through the trees. And if you carry loneliness in your chest, she will find you. They say the widow doesn't want your blood or your money. She only wants you to stay. So if you hear her call your name, don't answer. If you glimpse her in the trees, don't look back. And whatever you do, don't smile at her, because that's how she knows you're hers. In the world of YouTube, some builds are bigger than cars. This is the story of Alex Rowan, an automotive creator with millions of subscribers, who took on a cheap 1980s challenge and found something far darker waiting for him in the garage. The Buick he bought wasn't just a car, it had a name, and by the end of his build, it had him. The internet had built monsters before, though usually not in the flesh. Algorithms had a way of magnifying the strange until it grew fangs, feeding back whatever people wanted to see until it warped into something else entirely. For Alex Rowan, that monster had always been cars. His channel, Torque Graveyard, had once been a colossus in the automotive niche. 3 million subscribers, dozens of videos that had each pulled in millions of views. Sponsors, merch, fans who called him an inspiration. On camera, Alex was electric. He leaned toward the lens like it was an old friend, eyes bright, mouth curved in a grin that seemed effortless. He cracked jokes while covered in grease, gave personality to broken bolts, cursed rust patches like villains in a soap opera. His voice had a warm cadence, half confession, half carnival barker. Watching him, people believed they could resurrect junk too. Off camera, he shrank, his voice dulled. His posture curved inward. Claire, his girlfriend of 3 years, used to tease him. I get the beta version, don't I? The quiet Alex. All your energy goes to the internet. He'd laughed, but not very hard. Torque Graveyard had made him a comfortable life, but the tide was shifting. YouTube's algorithm favored louder, faster content. Alex's 20-minute odysseys of rust and redemption struggled against quick, chaotic clips. He felt the pressure in his chest whenever he refreshed analytics. That's when the challenge came. It started as a joke. On a podcast, 3 automotive YouTubers riffed about the dumbest road trip video ever. Buy the cheapest car from the 1980s, fix it up just enough to drive, and take it across 3 states in convoy. Audience votes on the winner. At first, it was a laugh, but Alex texted afterward, "What if we actually did it?" The others agreed. Brett Wrench Monkey Kearns, a human firecracker whose brand was chaos and gasoline. Jordan Lee, calm, precise, his restorations edited into hypnotic sequences. Alex, the everyman in between. They set the rules. Under $2,000, 80s only, film everything. One night at 3 a.m., scrolling classifieds, Alex found it. 1983 Buick Riviera, 2-door V6, $750 OBO. Needs work. The photos were crooked, washed out. The Buick sat half sunk in weeds. Maroon paint dulled like dried blood. Vinyl roof peeling back like blistered skin. One headlight sagged, half open. Something in Alex's chest tightened. He should have scrolled past, but instead he zoomed in, studying every shadow. When he trailered it home, the seller shoved the title into his hand without a word. "Good riddance," he muttered, retreating into his sagging trailer. Under the fluorescent glare of Alex's shop, the Riviera looked worse, rust-feathered wheel wells. The interior reeked of mold and something sharp, like copper coins soaking in water. The trunk screeched open to spill a raccoon nest. Alex turned to the camera with a grin. Perfect. The first episode was classic Torque Graveyard. Alex hamming it up, spraying decades of filth off the car, cracking jokes about tetanus, collapsing theatrically after every seized bolt. His energy lit up the screen. Comments poured in. "This thing is doomed, meow. Riviera, haven't seen one in ages. Bet he doesn't even make it to the start line." Views spiked. The algorithm approved. But the Buick resisted. Its wiring disintegrated under his fingers. The transmission slipped like it was trying to flee. A crack in the block wept oil no matter how he sealed it. It was like the car fought back. Alex didn't walk away. Every problem felt personal. A challenge whispered just to him. He worked longer, later, and somewhere in the small hours, he began to whisper back. Not muttering. Talking. Conversations. He leaned against the fender in the stillness after midnight, lips moving softly. The name came one night, unbidden. Mara. It slid off his tongue like something remembered, not invented. Claire noticed first. At dinner, Alex barely touched his plate, scrolling through schematics on his phone. Later, she found him in the garage, forehead pressed to the Buick's roof, lips moving. No camera in sight. "Alex," she said quietly. He flinched like she'd startled him awake. "You're scaring me," she whispered. He smiled, the bright one he used for fans. "I'm fine, just in the zone." But the untouched plates piled up. He stopped coming to bed. He dozed sitting upright in the shop chair, grease still streaked on his skin. When she touched his arm, he jerked as though he'd forgotten she existed. And always, the whispers. Claire began to hover at the doorway more often. Sometimes she brought food, sometimes she just stood there watching him work. It wasn't the grease or the long hours, those were normal. It was the way he carried himself. He didn't hum anymore, didn't whistle along with the radio. His eyes seemed locked inward, like he was listening to something she couldn't hear. She tried humor first. "You're starting to smell like that thing," she said one evening, holding up a bag of Thai takeout. "Come inside before you fuse with it." He didn't laugh. He barely looked up. "Just leave it there," he murmured. The bag went untouched. Later, she found him asleep in the driver's seat, his cheek against the steering wheel, lips moving as if in dream speech. When she shook him awake, he blinked like he didn't recognize her. For a moment, she thought she'd seen his hand stroke the dash before he sat up, embarrassed. She didn't mention it. The whispers grew bolder. Claire heard them when she walked past the garage at night. Not words, not exactly, but the cadence of speech. At first, she thought he was streaming late, but no cameras were on. Once, she swore she heard a second voice, a low murmur threading under his. She stayed awake in the bedroom alone, staring at the ceiling, listening to the faint metallic groans of tools clattering long after midnight. Sometimes she pressed a pillow over her head. Sometimes she wept quietly, clutching her phone, tempted to call his brother or his friends. But shame stopped her. She couldn't explain it without sounding hysterical. The breaking point came on a night sticky with summer heat. She stepped into the garage and the air was foul, oil and mold, but something else too. Sharp and metallic, almost like blood. Alex was hunched in the seat, both hands gripping the wheel, knuckles white. "Enough!" she snapped. "Alex, you haven't eaten, you haven't slept, you're wasting away right in front of me." "I'm fine," he muttered, not turning his head. "No, you're not fine. You're obsessed. Look at yourself." Her voice cracked. "You talk to this car more than you talk to me. You don't even call it a car anymore. You gave it a name." His lips twitched. Slowly, he turned his head. His eyes were hollow, glassy. "Mara." The word was soft, reverent, wrong. Claire stared, breath caught in her throat. "What?" "That's her name," he said. His hand slid across the dash, stroking the cracked vinyl like skin. Claire stepped back as if struck. The fluorescent light above buzzed and dimmed, just for a moment. "Fine," she whispered. Her eyes filled, but she didn't let the tears fall. "You and Mara can rot together. I'm done." She stood there one last heartbeat, waiting for him to protest, to plead, to see her. He turned his face back to the wheel and whispered the name again. Claire left. The slam of the door shook the whole house. Alex didn't move. From that night on, the Buick transformed. The paint, once chalky and dull, gleamed with a depth no polish could have coaxed in so little time. Chrome brightened like sharpened blades. Rust patches thinned and disappeared. Alex withered in equal measure. His cheekbones sharpened. His eyes sank deeper. He stopped showing his face on camera, training the lens instead on the Riviera's body, lingering on the shimmer of the finish, the curve of the fender. The audience adored it. Comments flooded in. "That car looks amazing, man. Creepiest build I've ever seen, and I'm hooked." Numbers spiked. The algorithm gorged itself. And yet Claire wasn't there to see the final unraveling. She stopped coming by, stopped calling. She'd tried, more than once, to intervene. The last time, she'd unplugged the breaker to the garage. Alex had simply run an extension cord out the kitchen window. He was beyond her reach. Neighbors noticed instead. They swore they heard an engine idling in the dead of night, though no lights showed. One said she'd seen headlights sweep her yard at 3 a.m., but when she looked out, the driveway was empty. Another claimed the Buick's taillights glowed faintly even in daylight, like embers behind glass. Alex didn't seem to notice. Or maybe he did, and welcomed it. Alex's days and nights became indistinguishable. He lived in the garage, sleeping in short, twitching intervals in the driver's seat. The Buick no longer smelled of mold. Instead, it radiated a faint metallic warmth, like a radiator after the engine cooled. Sometimes Alex pressed his palm to the dash and swore he felt a slow, steady thrum beneath the vinyl, as though Mara had a heartbeat. The cameras kept rolling, even when he wasn't sure why. Whole memory cards filled with footage of him staring at the car, whispering. He didn't edit. He didn't upload. But the red lights blinked on all the same, bearing witness. The radio began to misbehave. When he flicked it on, static filled the garage, soft as breathing. Sometimes, through the hiss, he caught words. Not sentences, just fragments. His name, the Buick's, Mara. If he turned it off, the static continued faintly, coming from nowhere. Once, half asleep in the shop chair, he woke to find the headlights glaring bright against the closed garage door. The keys lay untouched on the workbench. He stared, not afraid, not anymore, only murmured, "Good girl." The lights dimmed. 2 nights before the challenge, Claire called. He didn't answer. She left a message, her voice thick with tears. "Alex, I don't care about the car. I don't care about the channel. I just want you to be okay. Please, please call me back." He listened once, then deleted it. The phone filled with other things. Half-typed text to her, abandoned mid-sentence. Voice memos of him recording the Buick's idle, though no engine noise played back. Notes filled with single words scrawled over and over. Mara, Mara, Mara. By then, Alex rarely ate. His ribs showed when his shirt rode up as he leaned across the fender. He barely drank. The only liquid he seemed to consume was the warm, oily smell of the car's breath. The last night was recorded, though no one ever claimed responsibility for leaking it. The footage showed Alex in the driver's seat, pale, eyes hollow. His lips moved ceaselessly, whispering the name like prayer. Mara, Mara, Mara. At one point, he pricked his palm on a broken bit of trim. He didn't bandage it. He let the blood drip slow onto the wheel. His fingers smeared it across the vinyl, painting dark arcs. The Buick's dash lights glowed brighter. The radio hissed louder. Through the static, a whisper seemed to answer. Alex smiled faintly, leaned forward, and pressed his forehead to the wheel. The camera battery died at 3:14 a.m. The morning of the challenge dawned bright. Brett and Jordan rolled into the lot first, engines loud, cameras ready. Brett's Camaro rattled with barely legal headers. Jordan's Toyota shone like it had never left the showroom. They traded jokes for their audiences, laughing about whether Alex would show up at all. An hour passed, then another. "Let's just check his shop," Jordan said finally. They drove over together. The garage door hung half open. Tools were scattered across the floor like someone had flung them. Fluorescents buzzed dimly overhead. The Buick gleamed in the center, impossibly pristine. Its maroon paint shimmered like liquid. The chrome was a knife's edge. "Oh my God," Brett muttered. Then they saw him. Alex sat in the driver's seat, head tilted back, hands slack on the wheel. His skin was waxen, lips tinged blue. "Alex?" Jordan called softly. He didn't move. They yanked the door open. Brett grabbed his shoulder. Alex slumped sideways, cold, eyes staring. Paramedics later found nothing. No trauma, no drugs. His body had simply quit. The Buick was impounded. 2 weeks later, it disappeared. Months on, fans pieced together clips from Alex's cloud backups. The final video showed him stroking the dash, eyes sunken, whispering, "Mara," and beneath it, faint as static, another voice whispered back. Florida, 1977. The heat was suffocating, the highways endless, and the shadows on the roadside held more than snakes. That summer, a drifter named Danny Cross walked the back roads with nothing but a pack, a broken smile, and a hatchet. Some called him a hero, others a killer. But everyone who met him remembered one thing, the way he watched you, as if deciding whether you would live or die.
You want to know how it started? I'll tell you. I was never meant to stay anywhere. I drifted through foster homes like smoke through a cracked window, slipping out before anybody could figure me out. Some of them tried, kind women who bought me shoes that fit, men who showed me how to throw a ball or fix a carburetor. But I already knew what they didn't. Attachments were traps. I never unpacked. I never trusted the sound of footsteps coming down the hall. By 15, I was gone for good. I hitched rides with truckers, day laborers, anyone who'd stop. Slept in barns, motels, sometimes the back seat of a car some fool forgot to lock. I ate when I could, stole when I couldn't, and I grew lean and hard on a diet of hunger and dust. It was in Tallahassee, one of those lean months, that I found it. Pawn shop window. $3.50. A hatchet, handle worn smooth. I didn't buy it because I needed it. I bought it because it felt right. Solid, dependable. A tool that could split wood or bone. I wrapped it in cloth that smelled of oil and rust. And from then on, it was mine. Always close. People saw me different ways. A waitress in Pensacola said I was polite, called her ma'am. A trucker swore I rode silent for 300 miles, staring out the window like I saw something he couldn't. But all of them, every one, remembered my eyes. Too steady, too old, like I'd seen something no one else wanted to, or like I was waiting for it to happen again. And I was. The summer of '77 pressed down on Florida like a fever. The nights buzzed with cicadas, the motels hummed with dying neon, and the highways filled with drifters like me. I walked those roads with my pack on my shoulder and the hatchet at my side. To most, I was invisible. To a few, unforgettable. Because every time I smiled, I was remembering something terrible. Every time I stuck out my thumb, fate answered. That's how I met Ed Slater. Old Chevrolet, paint the color of sand, engine groaning as it pulled up beside me near Live Oak. He asked where I was headed. I said west. He told me to climb in. He stank of sweat and tobacco. The seat cracked under me. He said not many my age were out there, unless they were running from something. I turned and looked at him. Didn't say a word. I could tell what he was. Later, we picked up a girl on the roadside, Lisa. Young, sunburned, scarf in her hair. Said her car broke down. She climbed in next to me. She talked nervous, trying to fill the silence. Ed's smile got wider the more she spoke. Then it changed. His hand on her thigh, her voice breaking, her begging him to stop. And me, sitting there, hand on my pack. When I unwrapped the hatchet, the sound of the cloth peeling away was louder than her scream. I told him to let her go. He turned on me, and that was it. The first blow snapped his head sideways. The cab filled with the stink of iron and smoke. I swung again, and again, calm, measured, like I'd been waiting for it. When it was over, he was slumped against the wheel, twitching, drowning in his own blood. She ran from the truck sobbing. I just sat there breathing slow, the hatchet heavy in my hand, because it wasn't about her. It was about that moment, when chaos broke loose, when the world held its breath. That silence, it was mine. The deputies showed up later. She told them I saved her. They found him alive, barely, broken and bleeding. They called me a hero. The paper even said it. Drifter stops attack with hatchet. Woman saved. But people whispered. They said I didn't look scared, didn't look surprised. Like I'd been waiting. And they were right. I took the meals, the handshakes, the stares. Then I slipped away. Back to the road. Back to the silence. Florida stretched out in front of me. Swamps, motels, highways lit by dying neon. I moved through it all, listening, waiting. And I found myself wondering more and more, not if violence would come, but when. That's when I met Garrison. 63, retired lawyer, lonely man in a lonely house. Found me outside a store in Jacksonville. Offered me a bed. Said it was safer than the street. I followed him home. Sat at his table. Ate his food. Slept in his spare room with the hatchet by my side. He thought I was something broken he could fix. He was wrong. That night he reached out, touched my arm, told me I didn't have to run, told me I was safe. Safe. Those words cracked something inside me. The first blow painted his books red. He begged. I answered with steel. Again. Again, until there was nothing left to beg. When it was done, I wiped the blade on his shirt, walked out into the night. The fan still spun, dogs still barked, cars still passed. Nobody knew a man lay cooling on the floor, kindness still written on his face. Nobody but me, and I carried the silence with me. You guys tell me you found him 2 days after I left.
A neighbor, Mrs. Callahan, noticed newspapers piling up on his porch. His lights, usually on by dusk, stayed dark. By the third morning, her worry outweighed her politeness. She knocked on his door, called his name. Silence. The only answer was the faint smell, sour, metallic, seeping into the Florida air. She called the police. 2 officers arrived just after noon. They forced the door, stepping into a home that was too still, too quiet. The air inside was hot and stifling, heavy with the stench of rot. The kitchen told the story first. A broken chair overturned, plates shattered on the floor, streaks of blood on the walls. And in the middle of it all, Richard Garrison lay sprawled in a dark pool that had seeped deep into the grout lines of the tile. The coroner's notes would later say blunt force trauma to the skull, multiple blows, unmistakably deliberate. The crime scene was chaos, blood spatter reaching the bookshelves, drag marks across the floor, yet nothing of value appeared stolen. Garrison's wallet lay untouched. His watch was still on his wrist. The violence wasn't for money. Detectives from Jacksonville's homicide unit descended quickly. They photographed every room, every smear. They bagged the broken chair, the shards of porcelain. But their attention kept circling back to one thing: the nature of the wounds. Too many blows, too precise, too practiced. This wasn't panic, Detective Robert Mallory muttered. This was purpose. Witness statements began to form a shape. Neighbors recalled a stranger staying with Garrison, young, thin, long hair, carrying a pack. They remembered seeing him arrive one evening, silent and watchful, following Garrison into the house like a shadow. At a diner a mile from the bungalow, a waitress told detectives about a drifter who matched the description. He sat alone, drank black coffee, paid in crumpled bills. She noticed the rag he kept at his side, folded tight, said she heard the faint scrape of metal when he shifted on the stool. "Hatchet," she said. "I swear it." The word passed among detectives like a spark. They found the old newspaper clipping from Lake City weeks earlier. Drifter stops attack with hatchet. Woman saved. The face in the grainy photo matched the description. Danny Cross. He had been a hero once. Now he was a killer. An all-points bulletin went out. Patrol cars scoured bus stations, truck stops, cheap motels along the highway. Deputies combed the wooded edges of town, wary of stumbling on a man who carried steel like an extra limb. But Danny was already gone. He had slipped back into the road, vanishing into the heat and dust like smoke on the wind. For weeks, sightings trickled in. A young man walking the shoulder near Baldwin, a drifter matching his build at a rest stop outside Stark. Always close enough to raise hope, never close enough to catch. And with each false lead, the whispers grew. He was out there, somewhere, watching the highways, waiting for another door to open. The Jacksonville Times ran the headline, "Killer Drifter Sought in Attorney's Death." For the first time, Danny Cross wasn't just a shadow on the road. He was a name, a warning, and the law was closing in. For months, Danny Cross was a ghost. The highways of Florida carried him like a current. Rest stops, truck beds, abandoned farmhouses, nights spent under bridges where the sound of water covered his breathing. Each sighting blurred into rumor, each lead dissolved before deputies arrived. But ghosts slip eventually. It was November 1977 when the break came. A Greyhound station in Ocala. Rain hammered the tin roof, running in silver sheets across the parking lot. Inside, a handful of passengers waited, shoulders hunched, clutching bags and tickets damp from the storm. The clerk noticed him first. A young man in a soaked denim jacket, boots caked with mud, hair long and dripping. He sat in the corner, silent, pack wedged against his leg. His eyes didn't wander like the others, they stayed fixed on the door, as if calculating escape routes. Something about him set her teeth on edge. She picked up the phone. When the deputies arrived, the station fell into a hush. Two men in tan uniforms, rain slicking their hats, scanning faces. Danny didn't move. Not at first. He watched them approach, watched the hands hovering near holsters. Then he rose, slow and deliberate, his pack sliding off his shoulder with a heavy thud. "Daniel Cross," one deputy called, voice firm but uneasy. "Hands where we can see him." Danny's eyes flicked to the door, to the rain outside, to the path that might have carried him one more mile down the road. Then his hand went to the zipper of the pack. "Don't," the other deputy barked, gun clearing leather in a flash. But Danny pulled anyway. The rag came free. Steel gleamed under the fluorescent lights, dripping rainwater and memory. The hatchet. The room erupted. Shouts, passengers screaming, chairs scraping as people fled. Danny's arm rose once, not in a wild arc, but in that same calm, deliberate motion he had shown before, the motion of a man who had found his silence in the swing. A shot split the air. Then another. Glass shattered. The hatchet clanged to the tile. Danny staggered, eyes wide, not with fear, but with something colder. Disappointment, maybe, that the silence had ended too soon. He fell hard, blood blooming across his jacket, rain mixing with it in dark streaks. Deputies closed in, boots splashing, cuffs clamping onto wrists slick with red. Danny Cross was dragged from the station, rain beating down on his face, head lolled but eyes still open. Even as they pushed him into the cruiser, he didn't look defeated. He looked distant, watching something no one else could see. By dawn, the story was everywhere. Killer drifter caught in Ocala. The people who once whispered his name now shouted it. The hatchet had been bagged as evidence, but its shadow lingered. Danny Cross was no longer a ghost. He was flesh and blood, shackled and silent, headed for trial, and Florida held its breath. The trial of Daniel Cross opened in the spring of 1978, in a courthouse thick with heat and the smell of old wood polish. Reporters crammed into the gallery, their pens scratching like insects. Outside, a crowd pressed against the steps, curious onlookers, angry locals, and a few who had once whispered about the drifter with something like admiration. Now admiration had turned sour. The prosecution wasted no time. State Cross was painted in bold strokes. A dangerous transient, a man who thrived on chaos, who carried a weapon not for protection, but for pleasure. They showed photographs of Richard Garrison's bungalow, walls splashed in dark arcs, books stained beyond recognition, tiles cracked where blood had pooled. The jurors shifted in their seats, their faces stiff. "Ladies and gentlemen," Prosecutor Elaine Myers said, her voice sharp as glass, "this was not an act of panic. It was not self-defense. It was slaughter. Look at the number of strikes. Look at the precision. This man wasn't protecting himself. He was indulging himself. The defense told another story. They spoke of Danny's upbringing, abandoned, tossed between foster homes, hardened by a world that gave him nothing. They painted Richard Garrison not as a victim but as a predator, a man who lured in the vulnerable. Daniel Cross acted in fear, his lawyer argued, pacing before the jury. Fear of being cornered, fear of being used, fear of never escaping alive. He swung that hatchet because he believed it was the only way out. Witnesses lined the stand. Lisa, the young woman from the truck outside Lake City, testified first. She told the jury how Danny had saved her, how his hatchet had ended Ed Slater's attack. "He protected me," she said, her voice trembling. But when asked if she thought he enjoyed it, if there was something unnatural in his calm, she paused. Too long. The silence said more than her words. A neighbor from Jacksonville described seeing Danny with Garrison, quiet as a shadow, like he didn't belong there. A diner waitress recounted the rag at his side, the scrape of steel, the coldness in his eyes. "He gave me the creeps," she admitted, twisting her apron in her lap. Every word, every pause, weighed heavy in the courtroom. Danny sat through it all with the same unnerving stillness, shackled at the wrists, his hair trimmed, a clean shirt buttoned at the throat. But nothing in his posture suggested shame. His gaze flicked from face to face, unblinking, as though studying the jury like specimens. The public, once split between those who called him a hero and those who whispered he was cursed, now leaned toward one conclusion. The papers shifted tone. Headlines moved from "Drifter Hero Saves Woman" to "Hatchet Killer on Trial." On the 10th day, the prosecution brought the hatchet itself into court, cleaned, tagged, sealed in plastic. The jurors leaned forward as Myers lifted it carefully, letting the light catch on its blade. "This," she said, "is not the tool of a protector. This is the instrument of a predator." The defense objected. The judge overruled. The jury stared. By closing arguments, the courtroom buzzed with an electricity that felt more like dread than justice. "Daniel Cross is not a man who stumbled into violence," Myers told them. "He is a man who carries violence with him, waiting for the moment to release it, and Richard Garrison paid the price." The defense countered with pleas for mercy, for understanding, for the possibility that Danny was more victim than villain. But their words rang hollow in the heavy air. When the jury filed back in, their verdict came with brutal clarity: guilty of first-degree murder. Danny showed no reaction, no slump of the shoulders, no flicker of regret. He simply blinked once, slow, as though confirming something he had already known. The judge sentenced him to life imprisonment, with no chance of parole for 50 years. The gavel struck, the crowd exhaled, and as deputies led him from the courtroom, Danny turned his head, his eyes sweeping across the gallery one last time. Reporters swore later that he smiled. Not wide, not cruel, just enough to say, "This isn't the end of me." For the public, the fascination curdled into fear. Danny Cross was no longer a drifter, no longer a savior or a mystery. He was the hatchet killer of Florida, a man whose story would be whispered for decades to come. Appalachian horror. She came for a photograph, but the forest didn't want to be captured. It wanted her. The road wound like a black thread through endless green, a strip of asphalt swallowed on both sides by trees so tall their crowns seemed to brush the clouds. The pines pressed close, their trunks dark as iron bars, their crowns brushing the mist. Clouds hunched overhead like a low ceiling, swollen purple at the edges, dragging their shredded bellies across the canopy. The rental car hummed beneath Jenna Hale like an obedient animal, its engine a thin whine, swallowed by the forest's silence. One hand clamped the wheel, the other clutched a styrofoam cup of coffee she hadn't realized had gone lukewarm. She rolled down her window once, craving air, but the scent that rushed in was wrong. Resin sharp, soil rich, but beneath it something metallic, like old blood or rusted iron. She shut the window quickly. The outside silence unnerved her more than the static hissing through the radio. It was like being buried deep underwater, every noise muffled, stretched, thickened with pressure. For nearly 10 years, Jenna had chased stories. Not the stories that paid well or landed bylines in respected papers. She had given up on those long ago. Her peers interviewed mayors and dug through corporate corruption. She dug through the margins of reality, The half-rotted motels with whispered hauntings, the women who claimed their houses wept blood, the farmers who swore lights descended on their fields. They mocked her for it. Clickbait, trash, carnival sideshow. But Jenna wasn't after belief. She wanted proof of the moment, the fraction of a second when the world cracked and something impossible slipped through. The photograph that could make people pause, shiver, and ask what if. And this, the Pacific Northwest's oldest monster, its crown jewel myth, was her chance. Bigfoot, the legend of legends. The world thinned the deeper she drove. Gas stations dwindled. Rusted barns sagged back into the earth. Logging roads collapsed into deer trails. Finally, the GPS froze into a meaningless green blur, and her cell service cut out. When the sun finally fell, she reached Alder Crossing, a town at the very edge of things, its handful of clapboard buildings sagging beneath moss-blackened roofs, their windows dark as shut eyes. The bar's sign flickered like it couldn't remember the word it once spelled. A cluster of locals lounged on the porch, their heads turned as Jenna's car nosed down the street, their gazes moving to the camera case on her passenger seat. Something unreadable flickered across their faces. Weariness, maybe, or the recognition of an old pattern. She parked outside the inn. Its wooden sign swung on rust-choked chains, creaking as though it might snap loose at any moment. Inside, the air smelled of wood smoke and damp carpet. The woman behind the desk didn't ask Jenna's name. She simply slid a brass key across the counter. The tag's number was worn almost smooth. "You here for the forest?" she asked. Her voice was low, flat, practiced. Jenna gave her professional smile. "You could say that." The woman's eyes drifted to the window, to the pines looming outside. "Don't go too deep," she murmured. "People get turned around out there." Her room smelled of mildew and old linens. The lamp on the nightstand leaned at a crooked angle, its shade stained with some dark mark that might have been water or something else. Jenna spread maps across the bed, paper curling at the corners, weighted down by lenses in her notebook. Circles marked sightings. Old creek beds where hunters swore they saw something watching from the tree line. Collapsed bridges teenagers claimed to have crossed before hearing heavy breathing in the dark. The patch of wilderness called the Black Pines, a name repeated with such unease on forums and faded ranger reports that she underlined it twice. Her finger traced valleys and ridges, but the longer she stared, the more the maps unsettled her. It was as if the forest refused to stay still even on paper. Lines seemed to darken, ridges swell, valleys deepen into yawning mouths. She blinked, shook her head. Fatigue, nothing more. Later, with the lamp off, she lay in the dark and stared at the window. The trees outside rose like a jagged wall, their crowns shredding the moonlight. Just before sleep took her, she swore one shadow shifted against the others. The first 2 days blurred. Jenna woke before dawn, strapped on her pack, and vanished into the wet, green labyrinth. She found footprints, but they belonged to deer. Claw marks scored into bark, but nothing her rational mind couldn't explain. She photographed everything anyway, determined to catalog it all. When she flipped through the day's photos back at the inn, muddy trails, blurred moss, deer tracks pressed into soil, something snagged her breath. One frame showed a pine trunk with a branch jutting at an impossible angle, bent nearly perpendicular, like bone twisted the wrong way. The next frame, taken seconds later from the same spot, showed the trunk bare. Branch. No branch. Jenna leaned closer until the pixels blurred, her stomach hollow. She told herself it was nothing. Motion blur, a trick of perspective. But her hands still shook as she circled the spot on her map. By the third evening, exhaustion made her clumsy. She crouched by a stream, tripod sinking into the mud, when she heard it, the crack of a branch behind her. Then another sound, 2 deliberate, heavy steps. Her breath caught. She turned her head slowly. Nothing but trees pressed shoulder to shoulder, their trunks like a gallery of silent spectators. Yet the silence was wrong. No birds, no crickets. Just the rush of the stream and her pulse in her ears. She forced her gear back into its case and retreated quickly, the weight of unseen eyes pressing against her spine. Later, when she reviewed her photos, her heart skipped. One frame showed the stream exactly as she remembered, mossy log, rippling water. But behind the trees lingered a blurred shape, upright, tall, wrong in its proportions. She replayed her memory. There had been nothing there. But the photo disagreed. The inn's breakfast room was small, its curtains drawn tight against the morning. The few locals inside avoided looking at her, their shoulders hunched over chipped mugs. Only one man stared. His beard was tangled, his jacket torn, his eyes bloodshot pale. When Jenna met his gaze, he rasped, "Everyone thinks they'll find it." His cracked smile didn't reach his eyes. "If you do, you won't come back the same." He shuffled out before she could answer, muttering words that dragged behind him like chains. Nobody finds it twice. The innkeeper shook her head without looking up from the counter. "Ignore him. He's been out there too long." Jenna said nothing, but the words clung to her ribs. On the fourth day, Jenna abandoned marked trails entirely. The ground grew soft, spongy, as though the forest floor itself was rotting beneath her. The air thickened with damp, metallic tang, and her boots sank with each step. She began to notice effigies, twigs bound with strips of bark, hanging from branches, spinning slowly though no wind stirred. Their shapes varied, crosses, triangles, knots she didn't recognize. Each one clicked under her shudder, though every photo made her chest tighten. By dusk, she found the cabin, or what remained of it. The structure sagged inward, roof slumped like a broken back, moss devouring its corners. The doorway leaned open like a mouth. Inside, the air smelled of mildew layered over something fouler, wet fur, old sweat, rot soaked into wood. A table crouched in the center, warped and swollen. On it lay scraps of paper, the ink running into veins. She brushed away moss and mud. "I saw it again today. It waits at the tree line, watching. I think it's studying me. I don't sleep anymore. When I dream, I see its face. When I wake, the dreams follow me." The final page was smeared with dirt, but a line cut through. "You don't find it." The floorboards groaned behind her. She spun, camera rising. The doorway yawned empty. Beyond it, trees leaned close, their trunks packed like ribs around a cage. For an instant, she swore something tall slid deeper into shadow. She bolted. That night, she camped on the forest's edge. She needed to be closer to the forest, at least for a short time. Her fire sputtered, its smoke thin and weak in the damp. The first rock landed with a dull thud beside her. She jerked upright. Another followed, then another, heavy, deliberate, thrown from the tree line, never close enough to strike. Her camera trembled in her grip as she raised it. Through the lens, the dark was empty. Then, at the firelight's very edge, something stood. Massive, upright, its outline blurred, but its arms hung too long, its head too low, its shoulders hunched in ways the human body did not allow. She snapped the shutter. The flash burst across the clearing. For an instant, its face burned white in the light. Heavy brow, hair matted with moss. Eyes sunk deep, but glowing faintly like embers buried in ash. The creature didn't flee the flash. It only stared, waiting. Click, flash, gone. Jenna lowered the camera slowly, her heartbeat deafening. She knew with sinking certainty that she had finally found it. And something inside her whispered, "It has found you too." Her hands shook when she plugged the camera into her laptop back at the inn. The screen glowed pale in the dark room, curtains drawn tight against the night. At first, the photos matched her memory. Blurred shadows, the outline of the cabin, the effigies dangling above her head. But then the sequence changed. One frame showed the fire she had built earlier, embers glowing red, and behind it, a silhouette, a figure standing upright within the glow. Jenna's breath hitched. She had seen nothing that night. She was sure of it. The next frame was worse. The silhouette was closer now, blurred but massive. Its proportions weren't quite right, arms too long, head bent at an angle. By the final frame, it was almost at her shoulder, its face just out of sight, the curve of a shadowed jaw, a glimmer where an eye should have been. Jenna slammed the laptop shut so hard the table rattled. Her reflection in the black screen stared back, wide-eyed, pupils blown, skin pale. For a heartbeat, it didn't look like her at all. The inn's mirror showed her a stranger. She splashed cold water across her face, droplets running down her cheeks, and looked up. Her own eyes blinked back, ringed in darkness, but the pupils were too wide, swallowing the color. For a fraction of a second, another face seemed to surface beneath hers, heavier, broader, hair plastered across the skull, teeth gleaming too long. She blinked, and it was gone. But she staggered back from the sink, her pulse hammering in her throat. That night she dreamed she was running through the woods, her breath loud, chest heavy. She lifted her hands and saw thick fingers tipped with nails like broken stone. The ground shook with each stride. Somewhere in the dark, a woman screamed. Jenna turned toward the sound and saw herself, camera clutched to her chest, flash bursting again and again, freezing her own monstrous face in the glare. She woke with soil clumped in her mouth. She tried to leave, packed her gear, loaded the car, slid behind the wheel. The engine coughed once and died. She tried again, nothing. When she climbed out, she froze. The side of the car was smeared with mud, not streaks, prints. Fingers, enormous, splayed across the door as though something had gripped it in the night. Her legs went weak. From the tree line drifted a sound, not branches snapping, not wind. A voice, low, guttural, drawn thin with distance and something inhuman. But it carried her name, Jenna. The trees swallowed it again. The days bled together. Time lost meaning. Sometimes she woke in her room, sometimes on the forest floor, moss sticking to her clothes. She had no memory of walking there. Her journal pages filled with her name, written again and again, until the letters tangled into strange shapes. Her photographs no longer showed the forest at all. They showed her, standing among the trees, each frame closer than the last. The townsfolk avoided her now. Children pulled back into doorways when she passed. An old man spat into the dirt and muttered, "It's already got her." Jenna wanted to ask what he meant, but deep down, she already knew. The forest spoke to her now, not in words she could name, but in whispers that carried her own voice. It waits, it watches, it wants you. At first she thought they meant it was hunting her, but slowly, as the days stretched, she began to understand. It wasn't hunting, it was teaching. Her joints ached, her breath felt strange, sluggish and heavy, yet powerful. Her vision blurred at the edges, sharpening only when she looked into shadow. She no longer feared the silence. She welcomed it. One night she returned to the clearing where her fire had once burned. The ground was damp, the air thick with pine resin. The trees leaned close as though waiting. Her body felt stretched, her muscles pulled tight, her bones too small for what pressed inside them. Each step made the earth tremble faintly. She raised the camera. The strap bit into her neck, heavier than ever. Click, the flash burst. At the tree line stood the creature, massive, still, its ember-deep eyes locked on hers. Click, it stepped forward, impossibly silent for something so large. Click, closer. The air thickened, the ground quivered under its weight. Click. The face in her lens was no longer its, it was hers. Her own eyes stared back, pale, wide, glassy. Dirt streaked her skin. Her mouth hung open in shock. The camera slipped from her hands, thudding into moss. Her chest seized. Something tore inside her. Muscle, bone, skin pulled into new shapes. Her scream came out as a guttural bellow that shook the trees. The shadows surged forward and swallowed her. Weeks later, the stories began again. Hunters claimed they saw a hulking shadow moving through the black pines. Campers swore they woke to heavy footsteps circling their tents. Some said they heard a voice calling their names, low and stretched, echoing through the trees. One man insisted he'd seen a figure on the ridge, massive and upright, carrying something that glinted in the moonlight. The town of Alder Crossing did not mention Jenna Hale again, but the legend grew. They whispered the creature was different now, taller, sharper-eyed, watching with a strange patience, almost like a photographer. The Maine woods are filled with secrets. Locals say the whispers you hear in the pines are just the wind. But 12-year-old Emily Carter knew better. She vanished without a trace on a crisp autumn afternoon. Her only clue, a single white sneaker found at the forest's edge. The Maine woods have always held secrets. Pines that stretch forever, so dense the light struggles to fall. Wind that sounds like voices when it moves through the needles. Locals will tell you it's only nature. But if you listen long enough, if you stand still on a moonless night, you might hear something else. Whispers not your own. Stories older than the town, older than the state, older even than the settlers who first carved paths through the endless green. It was into these woods that 12-year-old Emily Carter vanished. Before the day she disappeared, Emily was like any other girl her age. Her laughter carried across the schoolyard, a light, bird-like sound that pulled smiles from even the most weary teachers. She had long brown hair she wore loose despite her mother's constant plea to braid it. She loved to run. her sneakers flashing white as she darted across the soccer field. At home, she hummed songs she didn't know the words to, filling the house with a kind of unintentional music. Her father, Thomas, worked long hours at the mill. He would return smelling of sawdust and pine resin, his hands calloused, his back bent, but his eyes always soft when they found Emily. He lived for her small, simple greetings, a hug around the waist, a quick "Hi, Dad," a smile that told him he had done enough just by being there. On the day it happened, nothing seemed out of place. The morning air had that crisp bite only early autumn could bring. Emily walked to school with her backpack bouncing against her shoulders. The streets were lined with red and gold leaves, the kind that crunched beneath her sneakers. She waved at neighbors, lingered at corners, and darted ahead in bursts of energy. Classes came and went. Notes were passed, lunch was eaten, chalk squeaked across the board. When the last bell rang, children spilled out like water released from a dam. Emily was among them, heading down the road toward home. But Emily never made it. Witnesses saw her pause near the edge of the woods, distracted by something. Perhaps a bird, perhaps a sound no one else heard. A car slowed beside her, an older model sedan, gray paint dulled by years of use. The driver leaned across, said something no one could hear. Emily tilted her head, hesitant, then took one step closer. By the time anyone thought to be concerned, the car was gone. The search began immediately. Neighbors combed the fields. Police marked off sections of forest with tape. Helicopters beat the air overhead, their rotors drowning out the very silence they were chasing. Volunteers walked shoulder to shoulder through the underbrush, calling Emily's name until their voices cracked. They found nothing. Except for one thing. A single white sneaker, half buried in the mud at the forest's edge. It was hers. The sight of it broke something inside her father. The shoe was too small, too clean, too wrong to be lying alone in the dirt. He picked it up and pressed it against his chest, as if holding it might somehow bridge the absence of the girl who had worn it. But it was only canvas and rubber. It could not answer his desperate prayers. Days passed, then weeks. The posters faded in the rain. The volunteers dwindled. The helicopters left. The official search wound down to nothing. But Thomas never stopped. He wandered the woods alone, flashlight shaking in his grip, calling into the dark until the trees seemed to mock him with their echoes. He pinned maps to the walls, circled areas in red, drew lines between rumors and sightings that led nowhere. He spent evenings staring at Emily's photographs, his eyes hollow, his hands trembling. Emily was gone. And in her place, only the whispers remained. For Emily, the world did not end. It simply shrank. She awoke in darkness, the air thick with damp earth and rot. The first thing she noticed was the smell. Mildew, sweat, and something metallic she would only later understand as blood. Her wrists were bound, a blindfold cut into the skin around her eyes. Every sound was amplified, water dripping somewhere far away, the shift of heavy boots on creaking boards, the scrape of metal against metal. He never spoke much. The man who had taken her was more shadow than flesh, more presence than person. His voice, when it came, was low and flat, as though he were reciting words rather than speaking them. He gave orders: sit, eat, sleep, nothing more. The house itself was a prison, windows boarded shut, doors locked with chains. The walls smelled of rot, rats scurried in the corners. The air was always cold, as though the place had been abandoned by warmth long before her arrival. Time blurred, days folded into weeks, then months. Emily marked them by scratches on the wall at first, but the man caught her and scraped them away. After that, she carried the days only in her head, a fragile calendar built from memory and hope. The years carved her down. She forgot the taste of her mother's cooking, the sound of her father's laughter, the weight of safety. In their place grew silence, fear, and a gnawing ache that nothing eased. But Emily never stopped listening. When the wind rattled the loose boards, she leaned close, imagining voices hidden in the noise. When the trees outside groaned, she told herself they were calling her name. Even the rats became companions of a kind, their skittering a reminder she was not utterly alone. Then one night, the storm came. It began with thunder so violent it shook dust from the rafters. Rain hammered the roof, poured down the walls in streams. The wind howled, tearing at the boards until nails squealed and wood split. Lightning flashed through the cracks. brief glimpses of freedom Emily had not seen in a decade. The man cursed, stomping through the house to reinforce what he could. But the storm was stronger. A tree toppled, its branches punching through the roof with a sound like the sky itself collapsing. In the chaos, one of the locks slipped loose. Emily didn't think. She ran. Her legs, weak from years of confinement, nearly gave beneath her. But fear drove her forward out the door, into the storm. Rain blinded her, wind clawed at her. The forest floor sucked at her shoes, branches whipped her skin. She stumbled, crawled, pushed herself up again. She did not look back. She did not dare. Behind her she heard shouting, the slam of a door, the snap of twigs as the man gave chase. His voice carried through the storm, deeper than thunder, promising pain, promising death. But Emily ran harder. The forest opened into a clearing, and beyond it, the faint glow of headlights on a distant road. She fell once, twice, tearing her palms open on rocks, but each time she rose again. The mud sucked at her feet, the wind shoved at her chest, the branches clawed her face, but nothing stopped her. When she burst onto the road, a truck screeched to a halt. Brakes screamed. Tires slid on wet asphalt. A door slammed open, and a man's voice shouted in shock. Emily collapsed at his feet, gasping, shaking, rain-soaked and bloodied. The storm roared on, drowning out the words she tried to form. But the man lifted her, wrapped her in a jacket that smelled of diesel and tobacco, and carried her toward the cab. Behind them, in the forest, the whispers seemed to rise, louder than the storm itself. The hospital lights were too bright, too clean. Emily blinked against them, her eyes raw from years of darkness. Machines beeped softly in the background. Voices murmured at the edge of her hearing. Every sound was foreign, every touch startling. When they asked her name, she whispered hoarsely, "Emily, Emily Carter." Silence followed. Nurses exchanged looks. One hurried to a phone. Another brought a clipboard, hands trembling as she tried to steady her pen. The town had not forgotten that name. News spread faster than wildfire. After 10 years, Emily Carter had returned. People gathered outside the hospital, faces pressed against the glass, candles flickering in the night. Reporters swarmed, their cameras hungry for the girl who had been lost to the woods and delivered back again. But Emily's father reached her first. When Thomas entered the room, he looked older, worn down by grief. His hair had thinned, his face carved with deep lines, his shoulders heavy with years of hopeless searching. Yet when his eyes found Emily, something broke free inside him. She was thinner than he remembered, pale, her frame fragile as glass. But she was there, alive. He crossed the room and gathered her into his arms. Emily trembled at first, uncertain, the weight of human touch almost too much. But then she buried her face in his chest, breathing in the familiar scent of sawdust and pine, and for the first time in 10 years, she allowed herself to believe she was safe. The reunion was not simple. The past clung to Emily like a second skin. At night, she woke screaming, the shadows of her room twisting into the outline of a man standing at the foot of her bed. She flinched at sudden sounds, avoided crowded places, clung to her father's sleeve when strangers approached. Therapists spoke of trauma, of slow healing, of the possibility of a new life. Emily listened, nodded, tried to believe. She attended school again, sitting in classrooms filled with faces she did not know. She walked streets that seemed too wide, too open, after years of confinement. But the whispers followed her. At first she told herself it was memory. Echoes from the house, the woods, the storm. But some nights, when she lay awake, she swore she heard them outside her window. Faint, almost kind, a voice braided with the wind. Emily, she would close her eyes, clutch the blanket, and remind herself. She was home. She was safe. Yet deep inside, she knew the woods were not done with her. The human heart is not made to endure so much. Emily tried to rebuild, but the years of captivity weighed heavier than any doctor could measure. At first, she joined her father at the kitchen table for breakfast, tentative smiles passing between them like fragile gifts. He spoke gently, telling her stories of the mill, of the neighbors, of the life that had carried on in her absence. She listened, sometimes even laughed. But as weeks turned to months, the shadows crept back. Emily's gaze grew distant. She stopped eating. Her once tentative steps outside turned hesitant, then ceased altogether. She retreated to her room, curtains drawn, the air heavy with silence. Her father pleaded. Therapists advised patience, Friends left flowers and cards at the doorstep, but nothing reached her. The whispers were louder now. On some nights she scribbled in notebooks, frantic handwriting filling the pages. Her father found them once, lines repeating over and over. "They're still out there. They're calling me. I can't shut them out." Then came the day she vanished again. Thomas woke to an open window, the curtain billowing in the breeze. Emily's bed was empty, her shoes gone. On the desk, a single page from one of her notebooks lay waiting. In shaky letters she had written, "I'm sorry, I can't stay." The town rallied once more, but this time hope was thinner. They searched the woods, dragged the river, checked abandoned buildings. For 2 days, nothing. On the third day they found her. Deep in the forest, at the edge of a clearing where the light barely touched, Emily lay still. Her face was pale, her lips blue. The life that had fought so hard to return had slipped away in silence. The coroner's report said it was her heart, weakened by years of malnutrition and stress. Some whispered darker theories, that the woods themselves had claimed her back, unwilling to release what they had once taken. Thomas collapsed when he saw her body. At the morgue, he pressed his forehead to the glass, whispering her name as though the sound alone could pull her back. The living room became a shrine of obsession. Maps spread across the walls. Strings traced routes between old search areas and abandoned properties. Photographs of Emily at 11, smiling at the camera in the hospital at the morgue, all stared down at him like silent demands. The whispers did not stop. If anything, they grew louder. Grief hollowed Thomas out until there was nothing left but a shell held together by rage. His daughter had returned to him only to be stolen away again. The world told him it was fate, tragedy, chance. But Thomas knew better. Someone had taken her. Someone had broken her beyond repair. Someone was responsible, and he would not rest until he found them. He quit what remained of his work. Meals went uneaten. Nights were spent hunched over files, police reports, maps stained with coffee and tears. Strings connected dots no one else bothered to see. Each new discovery fed the fire inside him. One name emerged, a man once questioned and released. A man who had lived near the same stretch of forest where Emily's body was discovered. Too ordinary, too careful, the kind of man who hid in plain sight. Thomas began to follow him, at first from a distance, watching his house from the road, jotting down his routines in battered notebooks. Then closer, trips to the grocery store, walks to the mailbox, the idle conversations with neighbors. Each detail tightened the noose in Thomas's mind. The police ignored him. "You need to let it go," they said. "There's nothing more to be done." But Thomas could not let go. Emily's face haunted him, smiling in one photograph, lifeless in another. Her whispers filled the silence of the house, urging him forward. One night, he drove the winding dirt road to the man's house. The trees leaned close, branches scraping against his truck as though trying to hold him back. He parked in the shadows, engine ticking as it cooled. In his pocket was the photograph he always carried. Emily at 11, the last picture taken before she disappeared. He pressed the photo to his chest, whispered her name, and stepped into the darkness. Neighbors later spoke of noises carried on the wind, shouts, a crash, a cry cut short, then silence. When the police arrived hours later, they found 2 bodies. The man who had haunted Thomas's every waking moment, and Thomas himself, father and killer, bound together in death, swallowed by the woods. The case was closed, the files were shelved, the house on the dirt road was left to rot. But silence does not always mean peace. The years moved on, but the story never left. In Maine, tales take root the way the pines do, deep, twisting, impossible to tear free. Emily's became one of them. Children whispered it on playgrounds, daring each other to stand at the edge of the woods and call her name 3 times. Teenagers told it around bonfires, voices hushed as they described the gray car, the sagging house, the cries no one had answered. Parents pulled their children closer on autumn nights, saying only, "Remember Emily." The house at the end of the dirt road still stood, tilting with age. Hunters stumbled across it, thrill-seekers broke in, drifters sought shelter. None stayed long. The air inside was too heavy, too still. Some swore they heard voices, Emily's, Thomas's, the low growl of the man who had taken her. Others felt an unseen weight, pressing them back outside. The forest thickened around the road, branches knitting together as though trying to swallow the place whole. Yet the path never vanished. Some scars refused to fade, and always there were the whispers. Hikers heard them when the wind moved through the trees, at first faint, then clearer. A name, sometimes their own. They told themselves it was imagination, just the woods, just the wind. But in Maine, the wind remembers, and it never forgets. If you enjoy this video, please like, subscribe, and turn on notifications.